Thank Allah from all of us HasanAbi heads here in St. Pete, Florida. The people in Fort Myers didn't pray hard enough. Dog, if you pray, it's not just about praying hard. It's about praying smart, okay? You prayed hard, fine, but you still live in Florida. You should have prayed to no longer live in Florida, which would have solved a lot of your problems. Let's be real. Anyway, we're gonna talk about all the craziest shit happening right now. There's the Weather Channel. We got live broadcasting from the Weather Channel.
And in making decisions, please consult your local officials and the national.
Juice it.
Hurricane. Now, this is his second landfall. Don't forget, it went over Cuba, had a landfall there. Its second landfall, believe it or not, this thing could have a third landfall.
That's insane.
We'll see what happens as it goes over the state. Does it go off the coast and make another landfall?
Hold on, I'll be back.
Georgia or South Carolina. That is still a possibility and something we'll watch, but you know what? We've got to get it through Florida first, and this is affecting the entire state. Obviously, not as bad as we're dealing with here in Inglewood and Punta Gorda and Fort Myers and Naples, but we're feeling the far-reaching effects. Over 600,000 are without power. And remember, this is a very long state, so there's going to be so many without power. Even as a Category 1, as it moves inland, we're going to lose power. So I would say if you're watching us from other parts of the state, Central Florida, Northern Florida, you need to have your plans in place. If you are to lose
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Throughout the entire state, and that was quite a gust. I think that was one of the biggest gusts we've seen so far, and we're getting closer and closer to the center of the circulation, which just means that our winds are going to continue to go up. And could you hear that sound? We're going to give you a listen here as we go to break of the sounds of Hurricane Ian just making landfall.
Oh, bro, what the fuck, dude?
This year, Prime members get holiday.
God damn. By the way, speaking of fucking Prime members and shit, dude, they literally were still delivering packages. I saw the photos of like UPS delivering packages on top of sandbags. It's like, bro, who are you delivering to? Like, what UPS manager is still like, nah, you got to make this delivery, dog? It's like, what? Where is that going? It's going to wash away. All the fucking dildos that your mom bought in Florida are going to fucking wash away, dude. Who's going to use the dildos? The dolphins? Why?
I'm drinking like Monster energy drinks sometimes, which are like piss magnets. They're delicious, but they make you want to pee.
Make you want to beat your wife, too, dude. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that you know they're going home to punch.
Chill.
I'm drinking like Monster.
Chill! All right. Let's get started here. Let's do the final urgent evacuation for Hurricane Ian on Good Morning America. Let's take a look. I just want to point out, I did reach out to Charlie, Moist Critical, Florida man, Florida's very own, October's very own. He seems to be doing all right. Reach out to your friends and family in Florida. Hopefully they've evacuated. I don't think Charlie is in the pathway of the
Thanks, Prime.
Refund request going up for real? What do you mean? They suspended Prime in my area until after the storm. The delivery dates are all next week. Don't worry, Azan, you don't have a partner to punch? Excuse me, I'm dating your mom. So, boom, blammo, roasted. Get fucked. So, you know, Charlie seems to be doing fine. Your Rage Gaming, I hope, is doing fine. He was doing fine all right last night when he was in the chat.
Party face.
You know.
Light brown skin.
What? Okay. The way that they're reading this is crazy. Also, hey, Dua Lipa want to come on the podcast, says Marsh is just trying to not get fired after talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Marsh doing extra work to not get fired from the Fear End podcast. You see that, chat? Anyway, juice this one last time. Let's go. Let's get into it. All right. Rare first-person view of the storm surge. This camera is 6 feet off the ground in Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Not sure how much longer it will keep working, but here's a Weather Channel camera footage right here. This is what happens when the storm surge occurs.
Can I get
6
a shout out
feet.
for my new voicemail?
Houses are being destroyed. Oh, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, like, oh, what does that look like? Okay. This is what it looks like when it's normal.
25 months and Ian is fucking up my roommate's hometown on her birthday.
This is what it looks like when it's fucking normal. And that's what it looks like currently. If there was, listen, I'm not exactly the biggest abandoned Dominator 4 salvage science bag,
That
retreated to
looks cute
shelter,
today.
very intense. Reed Timmer and the Dominator 4 wasn't able to fucking deal with the category 4 right now. That's insane. All I'm going to say is this. Okay? All I'm going to say is this. Not exactly a big God guy. Not a big God guy at all. Okay? But goddamn, dude, it's like, if you are a God-fearing Christian, like, God's kind of telling you something. God's telling you, get the fuck out of Florida,
Thank you
okay?
for covering this.
Literally,
My
is
whole
God's
family
like,
is in
this is
Florida
his way of
house.
being like, bro, do not live here, do not stay here. This is not good for you. This is not the place. Here's a video circulating showing houses floating off their foundations at Fort Myers Beach.
$20, let's go.
Yes, of course I'm familiar with the Waffle House Index for hurricanes.
14 months.
And
W.
it already happened. Yes. People in southern states, they get hit by fucking hurricanes, know when a hurricane is category 4 or category get the fuck out when Waffle Houses close down. Waffle Houses are open rain or shine. Otherwise, Waffle Houses are open when people are brawling, duking it out, doing fisticuffs, all matter of different shit. Waffle Houses close when there's a straight up real ass hurricane coming.
24 months, let's go! Exclamation mark hassle.
Disney World is the other index, and Disney World is closed. So that's how you know. This video of a tornado crossing water in Florida is fucking insane. Is this new? I don't think this is new.
I told you.
Really bad weather and tornado watch right now, and a spout is forming.
No, this is old. Who would have thought that Ron DeSantis was unironically correct? He was like, man, if you're an immigrant from Venezuela and you had some fucking relatives
Brother, I
in
don't
Florida,
understand
and
why
Ron
don't we
DeSantis
just
was like,
build a
fuck off,
giant
we're going to
fan
fly
and
you to
blow
Martha's
hurricane
Vineyard.
away.
You're
Come
probably
on, man,
cooling
that's
right
too
now.
easy.
You're chilling big time. You know what I mean? You're probably like, damn, this is what's going on in Florida. Maybe Ron DeSantis was right.
Give me a second. Jimmy, all right?
Jimmy, are you all right? What do you mean is Jimmy all right? He's about to fly away, dog.
Can't stand up. All right, I'm gonna let you guys look at the pictures, okay? And I'm gonna stand behind this wall a little bit because I'm just getting blown over. I got a long week ahead of me with coverage here. I don't need to get injured out here.
Jim, you're all right. Your wind speed's 110 miles an hour, Jim. All kinds of debris.
The deeper we get into the eye wall, the worse the winds is. That was definitely our strongest gust, without a question. Be interested to see what we got at the airport with that one. But that one took my wind. That one took my wind. Oh. Guys, this is why you're talking about a Cat 4 here. And you're talking about,
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
trees, power lines, things like that. We don't have any power here. The alarm's going off in the parking garage. That's been going on for about an hour.
Okay, well, if you're living in Phoenix, there's that.
You know, we're out of power, and so we're, you know, about 750,000 more people. I don't even know what the number's up to right now, but a lot of customers without power. And the further this thing gets inland, the more and more customers. We're going to easily be over 1 million before all is said and done. Woo!
Hey, Jim, I know you've been in a lot of storms before. I mean, how's this wind speed compared to some of those other storms you've been in? You're really, I'm looking at the radar really closely. You're in the real core.
Dog, stop getting out into the fucking... Dude, a flying thing is going to decapitate him.
Yeah, Mike, I'm going to try and get out here because I don't, you know...
Why is he getting out into it? Dude, what is happening? These guys are on crack, dude.
But the thing is imagine this. You know, as we're
Jimmy fucking Cantor, get the fuck back behind the wall.
We get in the eye, and the calmness of the eye. You can see birds flying around, the blue sky. It's absolutely nuts. But that's the, you know, that's the core of the lowest pressure.
Bro, he's about to go tits up. Like, I swear to God. He's literally gonna get fucking hit by like some hubcap or some shit that's flying, and his feet are gonna launch into the air, and he's gonna fly away. Bro! Bro! What are you doing? Bruh! Dude, there's shit flying at him! Get the fuck back! Also, what is that microphone, dude? The clarity. That windsock is like insanity, dude.
Jim, come on.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Have a conversation when you're under some cover. That's too much. A break there. Dr. Nab.
He said, get the fuck back in cover, dog. We don't have that kind of insurance.
That's flying down the streets here. The other side of that eye wall is hitting us in Inglewood. Look how much damage there is here.
Yeah, and so what Jim experienced and what you see on the ground and flying through there here is one of the many, many reasons why venturing out into the eye is a bad idea, because when that back side comes in,
when the back walls come in,
debris,
dude,
and it's the debris flying through the air that also does a lot of the damage, right? And it's
R.I.P. Jimmy, brother. Jimmy's been doing this since Nam, okay?
When debris.
What do you mean R.I.P. Jimmy? Every storm chaser, hurricane watcher lives for this. This is their Super Bowl, okay? They do this for fun. They literally do this for fucking fun. They probably go into like one of those indoor, you know those things where they do like the indoor parachuting things where they just like blow so much wind up it feels like you're falling and skydiving. Like they go there, they go into those indoor wind tunnels and hang out just for fun, just for training, okay? Just to feel something. Jimmy Cantor after a bad breakup. You know what I mean? His wife and Jimmy and Mrs. Jimmy Cantor, they have a fight. He goes to the wind tunnel to cool off. You know what I mean? That's what he does. That's his life. You don't know what his life is like. How dare you? How dare you think he's doing something crazy, okay? This is his life.
Or hurricane rapidly approaching Category 5 strength with
God, I
now
fucking
up to
love storm
155
chasers
miles
so
per
much.
hour.
There's such fucking... I love storm chasers because, like, it's the perfect merger of, like, crazy Caucasian activity and just relentless nerds, okay? Like, it is a perfect symbiosis. Like, I don't know how to describe it other than just like the nerdiest motherfuckers you've ever seen. The most divorced dad looking dudes just driving their fucking beat up Priuses directly into the eye of a fucking hurricane just so they can get the front wall and the back wall coverage. It's just so perfect. It's so perfect. It's like motherfuckers with PhDs going crazy. Absolute bananas.
And taking aim at Florida's west coast.
This video showing the sheer size of the storm from space, and we're already seeing its impact. Take a look at Key West overnight, already seeing the effect, and here is the latest path with Ian set to make landfall.
Bro, this shit is wild because it's like directly hitting. At least it's like it hits, it blunts on Fort Myers and hits like Category 1 by the time it gets to Orlando. and then it's going to hit Savannah.
In just hours, we have live team coverage across the storm zone, and we're going to begin with our chief meteorologist, Ginger Z, who is live in Fort Myers. Good morning, Ginger.
Michael, there are not many more serious situations when it comes to hurricanes than what we are about to endure right where I'm standing. Imagine 12 to 16 feet of water over my head, winds of 120 to 155 miles per hour. We are just getting close to the core of Ian, and we are going to see this landfall in the next couple of hours. So let's go ahead and go through it. The radar already shows you those outer bands are whipping around the peninsula of Florida. Tornado warnings and a tornado watch that includes Orlando to Miami. What we will see with this storm in the next couple of hours is just deteriorating conditions, catastrophic damage, talking about power outages that could last months, if not weeks, if not months. And you see that track, the worst of it comes right over Charlotte Harbor. You see the Punta Gorda, Inglewood. These are the communities we are so concerned with, not just for surge, but for wind as well.
This morning, the strongest September hurricane in 2 decades, Ian, is charging toward Florida, a Category 4 behemoth.
This thing's the real deal. It is a...
Oh, this, by the way, speaking of which, trigger warning, Ron DeSantis, who normally fucking shits on Biden aggressively, nonstop, of course, surprisingly had a very moderate, dare I say, composed approach to federal assistance from the federal government. Now, of course, that's a good thing because, I guess even when push comes to shove, even Ron fucking DeSantis is like, yeah, I think I'm going to care about the human beings whose lives are at stake this time around. You know what I mean? Full-on creepy Trump with the suit and open button shirt, the exact outfit for hurricanes. Look it up. Yeah.
It is a major, major storm.
The state already feeling Ian's impacts. Nearly 2.5 million Floridians under some sort of evacuation order. Satellite images capturing that eerie spin. Ian threatening almost the entire Sunshine State. Hurricane hunters gathering critical data and warning just how dangerous the threat is from inside the storm.
The strength and scope of Hurricane Ian, to me personally, professionally, is impressive.
Storm surge consuming the streets of Key West. Folks there waiting in waist-deep water. Backyards flooded. A buoy off Key West recording a peak wave of 42 feet, propelled by the storm's outer bands pushing ashore. And all of South Florida under a tornado watch overnight. At least 5 tornadoes reported, one of them damaging small planes at an airport in Pembroke Pines and uprooting these trees. More than 30,000 customers without power in the state so far. That number will grow. Ian left the entire island of Cuba without electricity after it passed quickly on Tuesday. Debris scattered all over Pinar del Rio, the infrastructure unable to handle the 125-mile-per-hour winds. Families like the...
Yeah, luckily, unlike Cuba, the Floridian infrastructure is, excelente. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure. Cuba is a fucking island that is under embargo, that has had to withstand a fucking insane blockade. And then you have Florida, the penis of the most powerful nation on the planet, the wealthiest nation on the planet.
This one forced to start over. These children sitting on chairs, trying to stay out of the water that has flooded their home, offering a glimpse of what might lie ahead for some parts of Southwest Florida. The track sinking south, coupled with life-threatening storm surge, posing a very scary threat.
I've been here 45 years, and this is the first time I left for a storm. The water just really scared me, and as well as the path.
This is such a funny fucking image. They're charging their Teslas back there. You leave that shit behind with the salt water. That's an explosive, improvised explosive device, by the way, and never-ending fire. Free boats, just gotta risk your life. Honestly, dude. It's Florida, you know what I mean? I can see motherfuckers being like, free boat, I'm in. It's just like Florida activity. I can see dudes with jet skis driving around and trying to fucking get a boat. Hit a devious
very
lick.
Confusing, and I didn't want to risk it.
Now, we still have an east wind pushing the water away from us, but when the wind switches in a couple of hours, it's going to push all of that water toward the shore. The eye should pass just to our north. We could even see that eye wall for a long time, and that's where you get big issues. So let me take you to the timing, because after the noon hours when we anticipate landfall, you can see some of the winds, and these are sustained winds in some places. Gusts could go upward of 120, 130, or 40 miles per hour. This is devastating.
Bro, I am not a Florida man. Stop saying I'm a Florida man. Just because I lived in Florida, just because Florida was the first place I ever lived in America for 1 year does not mean I'm a Florida man.
Will cause mass power outages.
You need at least 2 years to be a Florida man, okay?
For a long time. But if you're right at the coast, in those first couple of blocks especially, 12 to 16 feet of water. I've seen it do it before. It can move homes, cars, and certainly is not survivable if you're anywhere near it. Look at this, 15 to 25 inches of rain on top of...
God, I've taken the biggest fucking L's. I went from Florida to New Jersey. Thank God I live in California now. Holy shit. And have been for a very long time. Can you imagine, dude? Holy fuck, dude. I literally took the worst of the East Coast offerings, like... Yeah, mini F, I know. Suck me, okay? Twitch servers are pooping today. LA isn't much better. I know.
All of this, Interstate 4 would be a wreck if this here comes to fruition, and I think it will, because we will see a slowing as this approaches. At last check, it was moving at 9 miles per hour to the north-northeast. As it approaches, it will keep piling the water. It will have the brunt of the storm in that region that includes Punta Gorda, Charlotte Harbor, Rotunda West. A lot of these towns, I want you to look at that box. Ian is expected, as a strong Category 4, to potentially have catastrophic damage, power outages for not only weeks, but perhaps months. It could be unlivable for some time. So we're going to keep an eye on this all day. We will certainly stay safe, as we always do. But
That's
let's
a
go
lie.
ahead and head back to you.
That's a lie. That's a cap.
We can see how.
That's cap. Oh yeah, we'll stay safe. No, you won't. No, the fuck you won't. Okay.
Danger it is. Okay, Ginger, thanks very much. Let's go to senior meteorologist Rob Marciano in St. Petersburg. Good morning, Rob.
Hey, good morning, George. The rain shield, as you can see, has moved north of St. Petersburg. And, even though the governor declared a state of emergency on Saturday, a lot of Floridians caught on their heels because of the change.
Jim almost got taken out. No shot. Oh, yeah, dude, I saw. Wait, didn't we just see this? Oh! Oh! He got fucking hit! He got hit with a tree! Dude, what a fucking legend, dude. What a goddamn legend. This man is out here going fucking bananas mode. Dude, look at him. He's ready to take it like an O-line, dude. Look. He fucking locked his knees. He's like athletic stance, engaged. Do you see that?
I'm so happy for all.
Bro, he sees it coming. He moves in. He goes, oh shit. Boom!
I think I'm just going to come in here for a second.
He's like, I think I'm just going to come in here for a second. Oh, we tuned in right as this was happening. Oh my God, we tuned into Jimmy right after he got hit, because I remember this part. Shark in the street, no fucking shot. No! It's Sharknado! It's fucking real! Bro, leave Florida. Do not pass go. Skip go. Do not take $200. Leave Florida right now. Never look back. Listen, all of my Floridian HasanAbi heads, leave. Do not turn around. Never look back. This is it. This is the moment. This is your moment. You see this shit, you go, fuck this. I'm out. Okay? This is the nope. Fuck this. I'm out moment for a lot of you. Cut your losses. Leave your elderly relative behind. Okay? That's old? This is an old photo? Okay, well, guess what, dude? Guess what? Many years ago, you should have learned this. It isn't recent. It's recent. As a Southerner, you vastly underestimate the stubbornness of Southerners. I mean, Pluto, you made it out. It's not old. Here's the OG tweet. I mean, I don't think the extreme weather update guy would be fucking, posting like a dumb old video. Footage is years old, Hasan. I will beat the fuck out of a bitch ass shark, to be honest. Bro, you are out of your fucking mind, dog. You are so insane. No, you're not beating the fucking, you are not beating the shark. The shark is beating your ass. The shark actually is quite literally looking forward to this moment, okay? That bitch-ass shark is like, ooh, that's good. About to eat some fucking Florida ass today, okay? Finally, these dumb motherfuckers have been throwing their fucking Pepsi cans in the water, ruining my ecosystem this entire time. Time to fucking bite back, okay? That shark is literally waiting for this moment. The shark's like, oh, shit. I'm eating at the buffet today, boys. Okay? You think you got it, but you don't. You think you got hands. Okay? Well, he's got fucking gills and teeth.
Less than 3.
I do kind of want to see if a shark would be able to defeat a croc, though. That would be kind of fire to see. We know a shark and Jim Cantor, they fight. Jim is winning, okay? We know that already. Jimmy is going to make it. But I do want to see like a shark versus alligator, shark versus crocodile moment. Also, let's look at some other fucking Floridian dumbasses. What is going on, man? What is this? Surf's Up? Surf's Up, boys? What's happening? What the fuck? Oh, he got blasted directly into the fucking column. Oh, he's getting blasted even further. Oh, he's getting thrown. Natural selection. Remember that dude that got eaten by an alligator after a hurricane in Georgia or something? He came out of the floodwaters. I just don't understand why you would do that. You should be more terrified of a dolphin than a shark. Bro, I got equal opportunity, okay, for all of those motherfuckers. I'm afraid of everything, dude. I'm afraid of little crabs. They're going to use their little crab claws to fuck up my toes and shit. Don't worry. All matter of sea life, I am deathly afraid of. Do you understand me? There's no type of fucking sea urchin that I won't be afraid of. I'm afraid of all of it.
Change in timing and track, and yesterday was a day spent scrambling
the ocean
to make last-minute preparations to your home in the way of boarding up and filling sandbags for flood protection, fueling up your cars. A lot of gas stations wrapping their pumps now in cellophane, and in the evacuation zones, they grew, especially down to our south yesterday. So you're trying to get 2.5 million people out across inland areas that have limited number of highways. So traffic, obviously an issue. Travel times increased by 2 or 3 times to get inland. But for the most part, it was pretty orderly. But if you are in an evacuation zone and you have not gotten out and you need help, officials obviously telling us first responders aren't coming for you. They're going to wait till the storm is over. A lot of these causeways and high bridges, they're shutting down from south to north as the winds increase. And as far as hospitals are concerned, smaller ones shutting down and evacuating patients, but the bigger ones like Tampa General, where they have that flood wall up, they're up and running, not taking any elective surgeries, mind you, but they have a storm staff in place.
This is for those who did not evacuate. We just heard
get there. And 100% of all long-term nursing facilities have generators, and power will go out.
Yeah, I mean, shit's fucking...
Biden said the federal government is ready to help with the response and the cleanup, which is expected to be extensive, but that's hours and hours away from now.
NBC News Meteorologist Bill Cairns is joining us now. He's been tracking this storm. So, Bill, help us understand what you're seeing from a meteorologist perspective right now.
Yeah, so let's go back over the last hour.
Is that a
and talk
Tesla?
about the landfall first. So we know we had the official landfall 305, and it was at 150 miles per hour. Remember, it peaked at 155. So they're saying the actual landfall was at 150 miles per hour, and it made landfall at Cayo Costa. So this is a little state park. It's very popular for boaters. There's not many people that live there year round, but a lot of people take their boats, and it's kind of shallow, and they'll go out in the boat, and then they'll park their boat and kind of picnic or whatever else there on the beaches. And what is remarkable about this is that in 2004, guess where Hurricane Charlie made landfall? Exactly the same spot. Out of all the coast of the west coast of Florida, this little barrier island here, Cayo Costa, is now in the history books of having 2 Category 4 hurricanes make landfall.
That's it. You got to be out at that point.
I mean, just
that's what do you need? What more do you need at that point? Like, that's inhabitable.
Than Charlie. So I expect more damage from this one than Charlie, and the storm surge is going to be much worse. The highest storm surge values we had with Charlie, with the same exact landfall, was only 6 to 7 feet. It hit as we were going towards low tide, and some structural stuff happened in the eye at landfall that kind of minimized the storm surge. So this one, that didn't happen. We're approaching high tide. That's why the tides are much higher this time. We could
I gotta pee. I'll be
storm
back.
surge in some cases.
Uninhabitable.
That's why you've seen the pictures in areas like Naples. So,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Before you go into the storm surge here, I do want to ask you. You said this storm is much bigger. They were both Category 4 storms. When you say bigger, you mean in literal size of the storm?
Yeah. If we were to take a tape measure and we were actually to show you, how wide. So we know that the eye of this one, as it's making landfall now, is about 30 miles wide. Okay. So, and Charlie was more like 15 miles wide. So picture what the damage of a 15-mile wide tornado versus a 30-mile wide tornado. Right. And that's what we're talking about. When you're talking about a Category 4 storm, you're talking about something that is, literally the strength of what we call an EF3 tornado with winds of about 150 miles per hour. So this can potentially do double the damage of the eye of what Charlie did. And, the southerly track, I mean, we have to talk about it because 2-3 days ago we were talking Tampa. The Fort Myers area was barely in that cone of uncertainty. They were just barely in the right edge of it. And then over the last 48 hours, it just slowly got closer to the middle, closer to the center, closer to the center. And now we almost pretty much have landfall right over Pine Island. And this is where we're hit the Cape Coral right here. And, it's not far away from that. So, for the people in Fort Myers, this was like, okay, maybe it's going to hit us the worst to our north to direct landfall of the 5th strongest hurricane ever to make landfall in the U.S. And that was a stat we just double checked. So this goes down in the history books as a top 5. It tied a couple other storms at 150 miles per hour. And it's also the 4th strongest ever to make landfall in Florida's history. So that's all just kind of stats to kind of give you perspective of the kind of damage that we're going to see from this is kind of compare to some of our historical worst hurricanes. So let me talk a little bit about the storm surge and why it's still an issue even after landfall. Typically, we can get landfall, the storm starts the weekend, and then we start to say, okay, the worst of the storm surge is past, the water's going to start going out. But the backside of the storm is where the problem is. And I'll ask Stephen if we could shift down so I can see the southern portions of this map a little better. We showed you pictures of Naples. You saw the cars that were kind of floating in the water. It looked like a storm surge. I estimate around 6 to 7 feet in the Naples area. We haven't really seen a lot of pictures from Bonita Springs, but I can tell you the same thing is happening there, if not worse, than what we're seeing in the Naples area. And then I've already seen, there's the Fort Myers storm, the gauge that shows us the tide stopped working in the middle of the storm. We don't know technically how high it was, but by all accounts, it's at least 8 to 9 feet and still rising. And the Fort Myers Cape Coral area, by the way, is in the eye right now, but this is the backside of the eye, which will still have winds up to 100, 120 miles per hour. That still will whip through. So all of a sudden, you go through the northeast quadrant of the storm. You got the wind damage, you got the surge. All of a sudden, things get a little calm. You want to peek outside, but then you better batten down the hatches and get back inside because then we're going to go through the backside of the storm, and that's going to take a good 3 to 4 hours. And then finally, later on tonight, things will begin to subside slowly. But even far from the storm, I've been focusing mostly on this area. Oh yeah, look at this. But that's the highest we've seen yet, Punta Gorda Airport. 124 mile per hour wind gusts. That's just a sample.
Ben Shapiro, just
You can
sell your
picture
house,
what kind of wind, damage that's going to be. That's solid Category 3 wind damage, and we'll see worse than that in some of the area. So again, guys, if you have any other questions, happy to help try to explain. Yeah, go ahead.
I do. Sorry, so many questions. First of all, you were just briefly there looking at Naples, Florida's fire department live stream, and I could see water. I don't know how high that was.
Looked like fire trucks. Yeah.
Up to the fire trucks. It looked like, yeah, there it is. So that's what that is. That's Naples. Bill,
I
we
just
were
lost-
speaking with Lee County.
Chatter says, I just lost my fence to a wind gust. We are not okay here. Brother, you live in Florida. I know. You don't have to tell me twice. That's a redundancy.
Stuck in attics on Barrier Islands off in Lee County, which is off of Fort Myers, that area. How much worse is it going to get there for those folks?
Be safe. Be safe.
Are they going to get a break because the storm surge will recede and then they'll be able to go back downstairs?
It's going to take a while for the hardest hit areas because that onshore flow is
One of the
gonna
wildest things about fucking doing storm chasing, like hurricane watch during hurricane season, is like literally all the fucking chatters that live in the area watching me as I cover what's happening in their front yard. Okay? Remember last year we had like Louisiana chatters who were like, bro, I don't know what the fuck's going on right now. I'm like, I'm watching you on my phone with like the remaining battery I have. I'm like, bro, save your life. Stop watching the stream. Get the fuck out and save your life. What is wrong with you? Go outside and climb a high area to avoid being hit by the fucking storm surge. My shingles are coming off. I should have been more prepared. I have wine and spaghettis, though. Get out and go where? Well, I guess at this point it's GG's. Like, you can't really go anywhere now, right? I'm saying, like, you should have done that, though, before.
Cross your fingers, hopefully survive this storm. Then in comparable storms in the past, talking about areas like Michael and, Louisiana, which has been hit numerous times over the last couple of years.
Yeah. Also, this is insane. Lara Trump and son during the storm in what she calls a character building exercise.
Oh my God, Luke! It's so true. Oh my God! Oh my God! No, you can do it. Let's go! Oh my.
They even got the juicers out there working, dude. You're giving horrible advice. Say you're joking.
HasanAbi, my cousin and her family went on a trip to Florida this
Yeah,
week.
no shit, man. When I said climb something high to avoid the storm surge, you think that's like good advice? This is the same energy as people being like, Ukrainian HasanAbi heads listened to Hasan and it didn't leave and evacuate when Russia invaded. Like, dog, they live there, okay? I don't think anyone's listening to me and going, oh, man, I'm going to climb a tree now. You know what I mean? I'm outside climbing right now. You saying you were joking? Fuck! Stop climbing! Hasan, I'm halfway up the pole. Do you think I have to climb the whole way up? It's really windy. Stop. Just dive back into the water if you're already up there. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of cooked anyway, right?
Florida.
Take a look at what the Weather Channel's saying.
These strong winds are what has prompted this extreme wind warning where you got to be sheltering like you would for a tornado. But we also have the water problems that continue to be catastrophic at the coast. The gauges, same problem, Mike. Very few observations. 4.3 feet above normally dry ground.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
We get it, bro! We fucking get it! A flash flood warning is happening!
All the way through the inlets, into the rivers, and then way upriver. So that is an indication of just how connected all of the water bodies are. So we've had the storm surge here into Fort Myers Beach, and then our Mike Seidel has shown us the entrance to the Caloosahatchee River, how much water is accumulating there, and then the water is going upriver. So we're going to go to our Jim Cantori, who's in Punta Gorda, and it's amazing, Jim, how at these airports East of you, farther inland, you've gusted over 120 miles an hour. So I got to believe that these waterfront locations are getting stronger winds, and then wait till it blows from the water.
The 6 horsemen of an impending hurricane in order of severity. Public begins selling hurricane cakes. Midwestern family starts checking in. Disney closes. Editor asks you to check out plywood supply at Home Depot. Jim Cantori arrives. And then finally, the final stage, Waffle House closes. That's it. Jim Cantori arrival is like pretty much like the battle horns, like the and then after that, when Waffle House closes, it's over. Like, you're probably dead by that point. Like, if you see a Waffle House closing, drive away. Okay? If you see a Waffle House closing, like when they turn the light off of the Waffle House, know that you have barely made it, okay? If you turn around and you look behind, you're probably going to see the fucking tornado up your asshole.
Fool. Yeah, Jim, you're right on the edge of the eye wall. You're right on the edge of it. And so it just little bits of wobbles in the overall hurricane and changes in the character of the interior part of the eye wall can make it very borderline what you're experiencing. But
we just lost the roof.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right there. It's the right side, Chris. The right side of the roof of this building and the sign. There's more shingles and the sign. The sign's gone.
Oh, they're coming off.
Holy smoke. Sorry, Doc. Just this stuff's, when stuff like that happens, you see it right in half in front of you. That's why, actually, probably a good thing we're kind of standing back here protected from all this debris.
Dog, you are not protected from the degree. You are downwind of the wind.
Things and whatnot, stuff comes from different streets. It comes from high elevations, and you don't see it coming, especially when these visibilities in some of these rain bands. Holy smoke! Look at this! Look at this!
Oh! That shit's folding like a napkin!
For pulling me out of the street.
Bro!
Thank you, Nora.
That is
Seriously.
sheet metal, dude.
Knows best. I appreciate that. Wow. All right, guys, again, the signage, things are still blowing around, just like Dr. Knapp said.
That's like...
It's going to be great when we get inside, because everybody's ready for a break here. But this is why. I don't know why people are driving around.
Jim Cantori, get the fuck inside, bro. What is he doing?
All of the debris sometimes, the worse it can be, especially if it's hard. So, just stay off the streets, guys.
This average Floridian citizen driving around as like pieces of metal are flying through the street at 150 miles an hour. That Jeep is not going to save you, bro. It's going to cut your fucking head off. Final destination style. Look at this one-way sign. She's about to come off.
Yeah, another thing about the eye is it's kind of cloud-filled, so you're not going to...
The funniest part about this is Florida drivers are notoriously dog shit, but the irony is he stopped at the stop sign this time, okay? I've never seen a Florida driver stop at a fucking stop sign until it's hurricane season. Why are you honoring the street laws? Why are you honoring the traffic laws, man? What the fuck is happening? Also, if you're tuning in, this is Jim Cantori, okay? This is what happened to him earlier. Look at this. Look. Boom! Got hit directly in the fucking legs. Had his legs taken out by a fucking tree earlier. Look at this. Look, we're going to run it back. 150-mile winds. Took it like a champion.
All right, you know what? I think I'm just going to come in here for a second.
I love his recovery. He goes, you know what? I think I'm just going to come in here for a second. That's what he said. Look.
It just came flying by.
Blammo! Ooh.
All right, you know what? I think I'm just going to come in here for a second.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's probably a good idea, Jim. That's crazy. Jim is a HasanAbi head as well. Why are you repeating yourself, or is it just my Wi-Fi? No, I'm just repeating this part for people who are like just tuning in or something, especially at the top of the hour, because at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break, and they're about to see a fucking ad. You know what I mean? Of course, that is unless they have already subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime account to their Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. That's, if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, that's all you need to do is subscribe. Or, you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But if you're in Florida, you're probably not lucky. So here's the 1-minute ad break now.
staying parallel to the wind, so nothing's blowing at us horizontally. There's just straight road in front of us, so we're not having debris coming at us. And the wind is either at our back or in our faces.
All right, well, we'll stay safe, obviously. I know you're an experienced professional, but every official we've talked to, Aaron, has said, stay inside, don't do what Simon's doing because he's a storm chaser. But anybody else, don't go outside.
Just too dangerous. We are going to have much more coverage on Hurricane Ian and the damage it's causing right after a short break. Stay with us.
Wait. There's no fucking way someone's trying to leave on a boat, dude. There ain't no fucking way someone is trying to leave Fort Myers on their boat right now. Bro, have they never seen like any movie, even like Titanic? Like any boat movie. Watch a singular boat movie, okay? Watch a singular movie on a boat or a TV show. That's all you need to know. That's not real, right? There's no fucking way. Like Wolf of Wall Street. Wolf of Wall Street. Remember Wolf of Wall Street? That's what happens when you try to fucking boat away. Miami Cubans taking a boat back to Cuba? Fuck this. I'm out. Oh, it's fake? Hurricane Ian's winds caused strong waves along the shores of Fort Myers Beach. A boat can be seen in the video breaking loose from its moorings. No, there's plenty of boats that were broken loose of their anchors and shit. But is that the same one? Oh, it is. Dog, that boat is going in the opposite direction of the fucking. No, that is a boat that's going. That is a boat that is literally not going along with the fucking wind. It's going against the wind. That shit is on, dog. It's quite literally going in the opposite direction of the wind. It's going against the tide. Why did you say that that's the same boat? It's called being under power. What? Irresponsible for you to run ad breaks right now. I'm in Florida and need your advice on what to do. Should I keep climbing? Yes, dude. Keep climbing. Fucking idiot. He said, bro, I started climbing a telephone pole. What do you want me to do more? Jesus Christ. Cantor in the eye of the storm? Cantor is always in the eye of the storm, man. Take a look.
Yeah, I thought we were in the eye for a second. I really did.
Oh, never mind. He's not in the eye of the storm. The eye of the storm is such a weird moment where it's like a brief moment of solace in between, and then the back wall of the storm comes hitting you directly in the fucking face, and it gets so much worse all of a sudden. Like the most extreme weather conditions, and then a brief moment of solace where you're like, oh shit, everything is clear. We're in the clear, and then blammo, right again. Hit with the back walls, way worse than before.
Dangerous out here, guys. Debris still flying around. If anything has changed, we've lost the rain. Okay, it's not raining hard. We got good visibility now. We can see all the way to the bridge. We can see across parts of the city here. Again, we're right on 41 here in downtown Punta Gorda. No sign of water intrusion yet. We'll see what happens again when the winds come around from the other side. When they come a little bit, which isn't happening right now, we'll be able to get a little bit more of an idea of what's going on out through here. But right now, we're kind of lulled into this sense of being in the eye, or tried to get in it. But for the moment, we're still on that, I guess, northeastern edge of the inner eye wall. Nab, over to you. Let's go back to Dr. Nab in the studio.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
I'm going to take it from you right now as we're just basically off to listen.
I love when they say stuff like, we're keeping safe. We're making sure our journalists are safe. It's like, no, they're not.
He looks like he might get into that eye. And remember with hurricanes, the eye is shaped, it's like a stadium effect on the inside. And he's just on the edge of that, he might not really get into the center of it where it'll be a little bit cleaner. I know that it's a little bit of a dirty eye, but it doesn't look like we're going to get in at all. We have been in the eye wall since around 1 o'clock. So 1 to 2, we're going on 3 hours now of the eye wall, and it's just been relentless.
Why are they glamorizing standing in the middle of a hurricane? It's called content, bro. Everyone's brains are broken. Why are you sitting here watching some fucking psychos in the middle of the hurricane? It's the exact same shit. Why are my Floridian chatters currently at home trying to use the last crumb of Wi-Fi they have left watching these fucking psychos outside? Because we're in America, and at this stage, everything is fucking fundamentally broken, so you're just sitting back and enjoying the ride, okay? Even if you are directly in the pathway of the storm, you're sitting there and enjoying the ride as best as you can. Now, some people probably took me seriously when I was joking and are climbing up a telephone pole. To those people, I say RIP, rest in peace, chatters. If you did that, sorry, my bad. But it is what it is at this point, We've been doing this every fucking year. We've been doing this. Every year we do hurricane season, hurricane watch.
Down, and the rainwater is collecting in there. So far, the damage that I've seen, there's a shed across the street that's getting ripped apart by the wind. There's been a lot of tree debris around, and we also are seeing the siding come off the house. You can't even see across the street. You cannot see across the street right now. That's how bad it is. We're talking just a matter of feet, and we're not going to get in the eye. It doesn't look like here in Eaglewood. So we're going to stay in this type of weather. We've already been in it 3 hours for several more hours. I don't know if Bettis or Dr. Nab is in there. Maybe give us a heads up. Obviously, our technology is not really working out here. Bettis or Nab.
It is wild that their fucking mics are so good, by the way.
Unfortunately, when watching that eye wall, Dr. Nab followed on the radar too. She could be in it for a while here, Dr. Nab, and that little wobble east has made the difference up there around Inglewood or maybe up toward Venice or up toward Sarasota as well. They're going to stay consistently where they are now.
Yeah, both because of the slowing down.
Oh, we lost them.
The mayor of Tampa has stated again, if you've already evacuated, do not come back. It is not safe to return home right now, even though they're not going to be taking a direct hit.
HasanAbi heads, do not come. Do not go back to Naples.
The word going out, stay safe, stay hunkered down, because unfortunately, we're still hours away from really seeing what Ian's biggest impact is going to be in this community. And we're already hearing reports of flooding in low-lying areas. You couple that with the fact that we've seen stunning images of Tampa Bay with that water pulled away from the shoreline out into the Gulf. The city officials said what goes out must come back in. That's going to be in the form of storm surge tonight and incredible amounts of rain. Kate?
All right. Thank you so much. Morgan Chesky.
Let's turn to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now for a little more on the reality that we're dealing with here, Bill. And I think Morgan and Sam together have really painted a good picture of what is to come. Obviously, we know it's been about an hour since this hurricane made landfall, but it's not done. There's a lot more rain to come. There's a lot more storm surge to come, right?
If I had to put like a percentage on it, I'd say maybe 50-60% of the damage from the storm has been done. That still leaves us with the other half still to go, and that will go up into the Orlando area later tonight with tree damage and power outages. The storm itself, the eye, your break is over with in Captiva and areas here around Pine Island because the backside of the storm's coming through. As the eye moves inland, you were in the clearing for a while, and now this backside band, this bright red band, is the backside of the storm that's going to have wind gusts 100, 120 mile per hour winds. So, you get the front side,
good luck,
and then you go into the calm of the eye, and then you have the roaring train-like sound returning on the backside. Unfortunately for our friends from Naples all the way up to Bonita Springs and to Fort Myers, the eye's going north.
Charlie's fine.
You really didn't get a break.
This is fake news. Charlie is fucking fine, dude.
They don't have power. There's water everywhere right now. We know we've had at least 6 to 8 feet, maybe higher, in this region. And here comes
Charlie's fine.
all the
He
heavy
told me he's
rain
climbing
and the
up a
high winds
telephone
again.
pole.
Now, because you're going through the southern side of the storm, and then you're going to go through the southwest quadrant, which has the highest winds of anywhere in the storm. So your damage is not done yet, sadly. So
he's
yeah,
moist.
that
He's
was
just
the fear
moist.
going
He's
in.
just moist.
His
He's
area
fine.
is
He's
about
just
10
moist.
to 20 miles south of landfall is where I said the worst storm surge will be. We had the landfall on Cayo Costa at 305, 150 mile per hour winds. And by the way, the latest update here at the top of the hour, we're now at 145. So we're going to slowly weaken this thing through the night, but not fast enough. That's exactly where Hurricane Charlie, exactly, this little barrier island, the exact same spot in 2004, Category 4 Charlie made landfall in the exact location. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. That's just for the history books, though. To the south, this is where I have grave concerns, the Benita Springs area, all the way up here through southern portions of Fort Myers and towards the coast. I mean,
We already ran the ad break, man, at the top of the hour, didn't
take
we?
you through some other maps here and show you kind of
I ran
where
it
we
already.
go from here with the storm. Here's our wind gusts. We did have at the Punta Gorda Airport 123 mile per hour wind gusts. We showed you where our
Yeah, I ran
reporters
it
are
already.
located. In Tampa, 64 gusts. Sarasota,
I ran it
60.
already. Chatters are conditioned into fucking subscribing, though, because y'all are a bunch of degenerate freaks. Like, you literally hear someone else say top of the hour, and you hit the subscribe button out of nowhere, like a Pavlovian
Are we even going
response.
to struggle? And we mentioned the storm surge. Again, that's where the landfall was, south of there. So Marco Island, Naples, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers. That's where the peak storm surge values are occurring, and especially there between Bonita Springs and Fort Myers. And then we'll fast forward a little bit through the maps here, and we're showing the possible inundation maps. Here's the path of the storm and what we're going to do. These are the max winds we expect. So we still have damage to go. I mean, we're not, as I said, we're only about halfway done with the damage that this storm's going to do. All the way up here to Lakeland, all the way Orlando, we're now predicting your max gusts, maybe 50 to 70 mile per hour range. That's enough to knock power out, enough to knock some tree branches. A lot of old trees in the Orlando area, a lot of old oak trees. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to be talking about heading up towards Daytona Beach in that area with a little bit of problems with storm surge in the St. Johns River, St. Augustine to Daytona Beach, all the way to New Brunswick, Amelia Island, heading up towards Hilton Head in that area. It's not going to be horrible, but you're going to have some issues and some minor problems, especially if it occurs at high tide. And here's a big view, guys, kind of our storm. There's been a lot of lightning with this, too, and you've probably seen some stories and pictures of that. It's a very brutal storm. We haven't had a lot of reports of tornadoes today. Some tropical systems produce a lot, some don't. Yesterday, we had a bunch. So far, so good today on that front. And our watches and warnings, about 21 million people. I mean, it's pretty incredible that we go all the way up the coast here, and there's still even hurricane watches in effect from Charleston to...
Wait, what? Fun fact, the current president of Finland survived the 2004 South Asia tsunami by climbing a telephone pole? There's no fucking way, dude. What?
Almost
No
2 years
fucking way. Zanna Marine is Iceland, not Finland. But
in Orlando, and I'll be watching your stream and playing Roth until the power goes out.
you're spreading misinformation. No fucking shot. Show me. Show me right now. Show me proof. Post proof right now. Spectrum asking Tex to drive down to Florida to help out, offering us overtime plus room and board for 2 weeks. But I got to make the drive down from Dallas. Oh, yeah, to repair, right? To repair the grid when it's broken. Listen, Peace Frog 7. It's up to you, brother. Think about all the HasanAbi heads that are not going to have their internet. You know what I mean? But yeah, overtime pay seems good. Wait, Zanna Marin is Finnish? Not Iceland. I'm fucking it up. Wait, explain to me. Oh my God, it is true. Among the dead were a Finnish executive of Pfizer, Harriet Eckstein, and a popular rock and jazz musician, Ari Sirkesalo. Among those who escaped was a future president of Finland, Saulo Niinisto, which sounds insane as far as names go, who saved himself from the tsunami wave by climbing onto a lamppost with his two sons in Kaulak.
Almost a whole year. Fog.
Katrin Jakobsdóttir is the prime minister of Iceland. I fucked it up. Zanna is the prime minister of Finland. Zanna Lueti. I can't believe I did insane amounts of coverage over her over like last month. Guys, my brain is broken. Okay, don't listen to anything. But also, it turns out my fucking advice was golden. Okay, remember that. My brain is broken from all of the fucking Valo flicks, learning how to play Valorant while also simultaneously streaming non-fucking stop. But turns out my motherfucking advice was golden. Yeah, where are you chatters now? Probably all the Florida chatters on top of a fucking telephone pole right now are like, oh, thank God I listened to him. Okay? Fuck walkable cities. I want climbable cities for tsunami purposes. Yeah. I'm on the pole, but the wind picked it up, and now I'm flying. My phone is on 10%. Quickly tell me what I need to do. Listen, enjoy the show. You know what I'm saying? If you're flying on the telephone pole, enjoy the show, brother. What do you want? What more do you want? You got the best view.
Earlier today, Kerry Sanders, our colleague, was near where you are and was showing us how the water had all left and was going out toward the ocean, out toward the Gulf. Is it coming back in?
Yeah, let's take you out to the burrito right now if you can bear with me, guys.
Okay, dog. This one. Where's your windsock, homie? This one's dog. This one's like Tyler 1 microphone quality.
What an amazing sight, guys, to see a completely waterless bay. Look at all those boats out there with just nothing but mud around them. That's just the power of the storm, the power of science, and all that water being pushed out. But like the people at Tampa said, eventually that will return. And in Punta Gorda, that could be sooner than later. So we want folks, if they are in a low-lying area, to still take those precautions with storm surge. Storm surge, one of the deadliest killers in hurricanes, and make sure you don't get caught off guard.
And you know, as we look at these live pictures behind you, and like you, we are marveling at what has happened with the water in that area. For folks who are not familiar with the west coast of Florida, and you know, if you need to go, you stop us. We'll stop asking you questions as I watch the wind blow there. For folks who aren't familiar, help orient us a little bit as to where you are in relationship to Fort Myers and your proximity to the Gulf Coast. I know there's a sound and a river that meet where you are, right?
Yeah, Charlotte Harbor sits in the north of the Fort Myers area, and unfortunately, Fort Myers is on the south side of the storm. It's underwater. Much of it's underwater right now.
Bro, I've never heard this mic quality and have someone not say the N-word, okay? You know, no disrespect to anybody, but I've never heard mic quality like this without someone straight up screaming the N-word through this microphone, okay?
Okay.
This is like 2010 COD lobby energy.
So intense. This is a storm that's going to be in the history books for a long, long time.
You hear this mic quality? They're going to be racist.
I want to thank you. Ben,
brace yourself for the 110-mile winds, and also brace yourself for him saying gamer words.
All right, let's go to Mike McNeese now. The Marco Island city manager is joining us on the phone. We understand the worst of the wind has passed in that area, but the water is still rising. Is that the case from what you're seeing?
Yes, that's correct. And we were fortunate in that we didn't get the worst of the front-end winds. We missed the 100-mile-an-hour plus winds. So, and the storm.
I live in
well
Jacksonville. And this is like my 20th hurricane, so I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm just going to bite the pillow and take it up the ass. This isn't my first rodeo. Jesus Christ, Mr. Marcellus. Brace yourself, brother. What the fuck? Dude, that's such a wild way to like approach, you know, impending doom. I legit don't understand how motherfuckers do this. They're just like, yeah, fuck it, dude. YOLO. You know what I mean? Heated gaming moment. Whatever. It's just another.
What is the water situation?
It's just another
like? Have you
hurricane.
Had rising water there?
I guess that's that's not dissimilar to living in California though, because like there are plenty of areas in California where it's just like on fire all the time. Like during a wildfire season, we just do the same shit. I remember having to evacuate with fish like a couple years back because the fire was literally in my backyard. Like I streamed it up until the very moment that the fire was in my backyard. And then I was just like, all right, I guess we got to leave now. You know, it just happens. It's just kind of a thing. America is a weird, you know, PvP unlocked zone. America is also a weird area where there's just like, you know, sometimes it's new game +7 difficulty. You know what I mean? You just gotta live with it. It's not dissimilar to tornado season on the belt. We hear sirens and just keep sitting on the porch with sweet tea. This is just a regular rainy day in Florida.
But will they have flood damage? Are you concerned about that?
Well, I'm sure there will be significant flood damage out there. We don't have any preliminary assessment whatsoever. We know there are some structures that have flooded, but until we can get out a little better, we don't really have any idea how many.
And that's not going to be until when? Tomorrow at best?
At least California isn't like PvP on lock that much. It's more so a PvE zone, whereas Florida is PvE and PvP on lock.
We can put out.
You have to brave the elements and also other people, your fellow man.
The water goes down somewhat, so yeah, I think best case it would be sometime tomorrow, unless we get some relief from the next tide cycle, tide going out right now, more than we're expecting.
You know, we've been getting some of the historical data around this storm in the last few minutes. We know Hurricane Ian is likely to be one of the top 5 strongest storms.
Like Escape from Tarkov, more like Escape from Florida. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and we've seen so much about the storm surge that's been anticipated. I'm just curious, how that reality sinks in for you at this moment.
Escape from Jacksonville.
Obviously, you have people that
Escape from Fort Myers
worried about, but this is going to be historic in terms of what it does to your community and the communities that surround you.
Well, wind-wise, I think we've seen this before, but talking to people who have been on Mark a lot in a long time from a water standpoint, from a surge standpoint, nobody can remember it being quite this bad. So, we'll see whether it keeps rising.
Escape from Tallahassee? Tallahassee is an entirely separate problem, okay? Escaping from Tallahassee is a
city manager. We appreciate your time.
That's a totally different conversation. It's not even the storm that you're escaping at that point. You're escaping everyone who's fucked their cousins.
From Marco Island, he's in Naples on the mainland on the coast of Florida. But right now it doesn't really look like land. It looks like a lot of water, Ali.
Yeah, it definitely looks like an island. In fact, there's water as far east as you can see. This is the land side. This is not the water side that you're looking at. You're seeing flooding. I will tell you this. In the last hour or so, we've seen some...
Didn't you live in Florida when you first moved to the States? No hurricanes for you? No, of course. I did experience hurricanes, yeah. Bro, Florida for me was a devastating experience, okay? I got fucking swine flu. Do you understand? I got swine flu. There were hurricanes. Shit was crazy. Okay?
Let's take a look over this side. I'm going to ask Randy.
Yeah, thanks, Obama, by the way.
The water looks like it's still incredibly rough, and it's still pushing. It's still a surge, and it's still pushing water in. But if Randy goes down and takes a look at this waterway, what you see on the right side is water that's pushing in. But then you'll see after a few seconds, it starts to be met by water that's pushing back out.
I had swine flu. I was basically fucking comatose for 48 hours. I slept through it. Being 18 was so sick. Like, not to get all Joe Rogan with it, but like being an 18-year-old in Florida and getting swine flu, I just basically couldn't move for 48 hours, didn't know what the fuck hit me. And then I crawled my way to the fucking campus health center. And they were like, yeah, you got swine flu. We got to put you under quarantine. So then they sent me like, they gave me Subway sandwiches for a week. But I tanked it. I straight up tanked it. And I didn't even realize what was going on. I just remember like being woken up by people on my floor being like, brother, you've been sleeping for so long. And I was like, I can't move. I don't know what's going on with me. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I cannot move. In comparison to COVID, which I have had after getting, triple boosted or whatever the fuck, when I got COVID, COVID was nowhere near as bad as the swine flu. But then again, I was boosted and shit. And COVID was for way longer. COVID didn't have the same peak that swine flu had for me, but it was way longer. It went on for way longer, and it fucked me up. And plus, remember, I got COVID when I was 30 years old, or 31 years old.
you can't drive in this. At 6 inches, your car can float away. We are now talking about feet and feet of water. We've seen cars that have been moved around. There's nowhere to go, and you can't walk, by the way. I tried doing that earlier, too. It's too deep, and there's too many hazards in the water. So I don't know. I haven't heard if there's an official curfew. We are in an official evacuation zone, but it's mandatory evacuation, but all it means is that if you stay, you can't rely on help from the authorities. So authorities have made it clear they can't come out to help anybody. So just stay where you are until this passes.
The only thing I remember from the swine flu is like I physically cannot move. Like I literally thought I was paralyzed. I don't remember if I was dreaming it or if I was awake, but it took me 48 hours to be able to like get out of bed to go to the fucking hospital. And literally like I just could not move. Like I didn't move to piss or shit for 48 fucking hours. Think about that. Like I literally just like was comatose. It was crazy.
To what Ali was just talking about, as you see, these wind gusts have really been approaching triple digits. What he was discussing with respect to emergency responders and police officers and sheriff's deputies not being able to help people when emergency calls come in. Well, that's exactly what happened here.
This is such a wild take because it's like
a while ago that if you have a situation where there is
Bro!
cardiac arrest or a hemorrhage,
Bro,
or
look at the
child
fire
death,
station!
They're trying to call. They're getting these emergency calls into their systems, into their 911.
They need a
dispatch
fire boat,
regularly.
dog.
The medical director is then coming on and trying to guide that person through the emergency, but they cannot come to get you, which is such a large part of what we're talking about in terms of
hey, at least no fire. You know what I mean?
Safe, but having their hands tied, given the urgency.
That's the
of
water
situation.
station now.
Shoot them on right now, and because of technological difficulties, I'm a little bound by where I can walk. But down the street, you'll see that there's trees blowing back and forth, obviously water pouring off of awnings. We have seen heavy rainfall here. It's starting to accumulate in the street, not to the extent of a Naples or a Fort Myers yet, but we have hours to go in this process. This is an area, the record storm surge they had ever seen was a couple of years ago for Irma. That was in the 6 to 8 foot range. We could see something in excess of that here for Hurricane Ian. And it's honestly hard to talk right now. We are also waiting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis, who gave us a briefing about an hour and a half ago, spoke about the fact that there were hundreds of thousands of people without power. That figure now approaching 900,000 at last check. It may be higher as we've been trying to sort of get our bearings here. And in Sarasota County, where I am, the percentage of people without power at last check was about 4 out of 10. Perhaps pushing 50%. So this is a process that's going to go on for a number of weeks in terms of power restoration. But right now, the thoughts of officials here are on making sure that those who are not in shelters are identifying authorities as to where they are, documenting it online. You can submit something, hopefully before you lose any sort of connectivity, and they can come and check on you after this passes. But right now, there's no such thing as going out in conditions like this and trying to help people. So clearly, that is at the forefront of everyone's mind right now. And then the rainfall. And the rainfall is going to become an issue, not just here in Southwest Florida, but all over the really I-4 corridor, guys, from Tampa all the way to Orlando. The projections are record-shattering 15 to 20, maybe 24 inches of rain. And this is an area that has been saturated before Hurricane Ian arrived. So you're looking at a really confluence of factors that's going to make this extremely trying in the days ahead. Again, normally one of the most popular parts of Sarasota, around the corner is Main Street. I'm on State, Lemon, Orange. They have these picturesque names. It's a beautiful town.
I know
it's
the
under
town.
siege at the moment. And we're going to keep tabs on where things go here.
Sam, thank you. Thank you. I know Sarasota. It's a gorgeous place, too. And there's a great farmer's market there, right where Sam's standing. On the right side of your screen, I just want to flag, that's Naples, Florida. We're getting this new video in. You've seen it on a loop here, but I think that's coming from Fire and Rescue. It looked like it was their facilities.
Yeah, and you can see the fire truck here. And we've been told they're not going out to try to help people. So this is water coming in to one of the fire vehicles there, we believe, at one of the stations. And this, I think, speaks to the difficulty that first responders are going to have in the hours and days to come. They've got to dry this thing out and make sure it's able to run before they can go out to try to help anybody. And the water is obviously waist deep.
Yeah, it's a really stunning video. Let's turn to Steve Patterson. He's in St. Petersburg, Florida.
And Steve has been there for us, sort of managing the site there. Steve, you're right on the coast, right near the water. Help us understand what you're seeing, what you're dealing with in that part of Florida.
Managing is a good word for it. We've got a good wind gust right now. Can be hard to concentrate when you get a good gust like this. These gusts have increased, I would say, over the last 30 minutes or so.
You get a good gust.
Before, we had a good sustained wind. Now is sustained wind along with a very violent gust. The rain has been in and out, bands of rain, of course. We're not in the area in which we would expect those,
you love a good gust,
that
folks.
deluge of rain that Sam was talking about, so dangerous, not only along that corridor, but really up and down the coast. And that includes Tampa. That includes really the entire Bay Area, including where I am in St. Petersburg. The estimate now is about a 4 to 6 foot storm surge when the tide comes back from the bay behind me. That will likely not be until the late hours of tonight. Maybe 8, 9 o'clock is when we expect that, when you can't see and when it's most dangerous. Police have done their best to try to secure all the roads. Squad cars we've seen try to clear people out, but it is shelter in place at this point. You cannot evacuate, you can't escape this, and it's only going to get a whole lot worse from here. Back to you.
All right, Steve Patterson for us on the Florida coast today. Steve, thank you.
That concludes our special coverage of Hurricane Ian.
I'm going to be honest, like, it's just not worth it. Like, because at the very end, like, you're living in Florida. You know what I mean? Like, you're doing all this, and what's the purpose? You live in Florida. That's your purpose.
Hurricane is moving so slowly because how it moves is determined primarily.
Oh my God,
by
this kid's definitely
winds,
a furry.
And at every layer of the atmosphere. So you could go 40, 50,000 feet. That's how tall the storm is. And the winds up there are actually guiding it just as much as the winds are at 20,000
I want to show you what it looks like when
and
millions of people are ordered to evacuate at the same time. This is Interstate 4 in Florida. It runs from Tampa on the west coast all the way up to Daytona Beach on the eastern coast of the state. It was packed with vehicles.
Last night, my parents were telling me about a video of a weather guy standing on his knees in ankle-high water to try to say that the knee-high flood when a random guy walks behind him eating a sandwich. I wish I could find the video. Yeah, no. They get caught a lot. They get caught a lot doing stuff like that where they'll have like a canoe. They'll have like a weather woman be in a canoe, and then you'll see people walking behind them, and it's like there was no reason for that canoe. Like, they fake a lot of that shit. We've watched it happen live. It's pretty funny when it happens. But, like, then there's the guys like Jim Cantor who are just getting fucking, tabletopped by a flying tree. You know what I mean? Like, you're not faking that shit. A random dude blows into Jim Cantori's live shot. Yeah, then you have this shit. You know what I mean?
But that's what I'm looking at here, guys.
Florida is fucking insane, dog. Florida, dude. What the fuck? Why is that guy out there?
Going on.
He's stream sniping, dude.
That's what I'm looking at here, guys.
Look at him walking away.
All right. I mean, that's what we're looking at. As this thing comes roaring in, we've already lost a street sign right here. All right, you can see how that's pushed over by the power of the wind. They just start flapping around like that, and as soon as they get caught, they get blown over as a result of that. The lights aren't working. I see a lot.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. And, like, what do you do this for? To live in Florida. Again, I just want to remind you, like, at the end, you're withstanding these insane conditions. And for the ultimate purpose of living in Florida, I cannot think of something that is where the stakes are so fucking high and it's just simply not worth it. Like, withstanding these kinds of storms to live in Florida.
Florida is so vulnerable, and with a large high-end 4 into 5 hurricane, it's going to push the water blocks, if not miles.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our
It's
area.
like, yeah, no state taxes, I get it, but like,
essentially,
yeah.
these barrier islands, Mike,
That's
essentially
crazy.
entirely going underwater.
How much different
I gotta
is
pee
it,
again.
Dr. Nab, when you get saltwater intrusion as opposed to freshwater intrusion? Is there a difference?
Well, it can make a difference in terms of what it does to certain metals and other materials.
corrosive, right?
Yeah. But flooding is flooding, and once you just get a few inches of water of any kind into a house, it's going to be very damaging. But the difference with storm surge, Mike, is that this salt water is moving quickly, and it's got waves on top of it, so it's not like some river flooding that might come up more slowly. You know, some river floods like in Kentucky this year, they were moving too. But with storm surge right near the coast on these barrier islands, it is moving. And we're seeing more and more pictures, different than that aerial we saw of Naples, where it was a little bit less moving water. But aerials in Fort Myers Beach and other places where the water has come in and obliterated structures because it was moving with waves on top of it.
Dr. Ned, we know the track takes it through Florida. Can you help explain to our viewers that might be watching from Kissimmee or Orlando what their flooding might look like and how it could be different from what we're seeing right now?
Well, the end result in isolated spots could end up looking like this if we get the 1 or 2 feet of heavy rainfall in some very flood-prone areas. So inland flooding could be very, very significant over the next couple of days. And also, Mike, northeastern Florida is going to get storm surge and rainfall and could have flooding that looks a little bit like this.
Yeah, good analysis, Dr. Nab. Let's take you to a place being hard hit right now. That's Inglewood. Our Stephanie Abrams is there. Steph, you've been in this eye wall.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
One thing that's interesting to me is that, at least where you are, maybe you can give us a lay of the land, there hasn't been any flooding, but you've had a lot of rain.
We have had a lot of rain in Bettis. The flooding that you can see is happening behind me. These are those little dips, maybe
The baseball helmet is so funny.
If you will. But you see these all over Florida. I was born and raised in South Florida, and we had these West Palm, Wellington, you know, those areas, Boca Raton, and that's where the water is really accumulating. Other than that, we haven't seen any significant flooding. But yes, it's been raining nonstop with this system as well. And Bettis and Nab, before you guys go, I know you need a break maybe, but I just had a quick question for Dr. Nab, if you can still hear me. And Dr. Nab, this is a little out of left field.
I have a quick question.
So
Can I leave?
Good answer for it, but
he's like, when can I leave?
Calculate. Okay, 75 mile an hour.
It seems kind of dangerous out here. When can I leave?
155 winds.
Can I go home now?
It can go up exponentially by like 300 times. We know that as you go up away from friction from land, you can calculate the winds. We're 2 miles from the beach. Is there a way to determine how much stronger those winds are? We have a little less friction at the beach versus being 2 or 5 miles inland.
Well, because you have wind blowing from land toward the Gulf of Mexico, on the northern side where you are,
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
similar to what you're experiencing because it's a land exposure. But once you get out over the water, you know, to the west and southwest of the eye, still out over the Gulf of Mexico, the winds would be stronger. And that's why we've been saying on the opposite side of the eye from you, even inland, east of I-75 in the Fort Myers area is getting stronger winds than you because they have the stronger side of the hurricane and it is a little bit more exposed to what's coming off the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep, it makes absolute sense. Thanks for that, Dr. Nab. And we're going to go to Chris Bruin, who's in Sarasota. By the way, when we come back, we're going to change our shot up, take you to the back side of the house to show you what's going on there. Chris Bruin, what do you have coming up?
Hey, coming up, we're going to take a look at how things are going downhill rather quickly in Lakewood Ranch, Sarasota. The worst of the conditions are miles.
Motherfucker's just standing there with his iPad in hand.
We go to break. Take a look at what scenes look like on Main Street, Lakewood Ranch. Completely empty, which is good. We still have power, but winds are rocking. Look at all the palm fronds, and it's not going to be long before we see trees starting to come down. The palm trees are already getting rocked. We'll be back.
Right now, it could seem like
Dude, shit is fucking bananas out here.
Just reports coming out of areas north of Punta Gorda. Once again, I really do think Arcadia and a lot of these places are going to be getting in on those 100-mile-an-hour.
Okay, let's continue. Here's millions evacuating.
Vehicles full of people fleeing the storm yesterday. We spoke with one family hitting the road last night just in time.
Yeah.
My power just went out in Florida. Luckily got a generator so you can watch the HasanAbi broadcast, baby. That's right.
This is Glenn Josephic. He decided late Tuesday that it was time for him, his wife Holly, and their 2 young children.
These are all the HasanAbi heads who left instead of fucking standing behind and waiting for the hurricane coverage while they're in the hurricane.
South Florida.
Jet and Isaac
just
pack
like
up.
that.
They're headed to stay with friends further inland.
The storm decides it's going to shift west again, right? Then we're kind of in the worst path.
The house right across from the Josephics is on the water. So whatever the storm's final path is, he says his family and the home could be in danger. So the storm goes there, it still all comes through Tampa.
Yeah, our biggest concern was the surge. We have 2 young kids, right? And that's the main reason why we're leaving.
Just trying to calculate the best time to leave.
Gil Gonzalez and his neighbors have already boarded up their homes with plywood. He takes care of his elderly parents, and they've already fled to higher ground.
We got sandbags and all kinds of anti-flooding devices.
Gonzalez and his family aren't alone.
But we don't know how bad it's gonna get.
Some 2.5 million people are under evacuation orders up and down the state of Florida. Hotels in West Palm Beach on the eastern side of the state are already filling up with residents, hoping to escape Ian's projected path.
As of right now, they're just mandatory evacuations.
We rode along with Sheriff's Deputy Amanda Calderon through Hillsborough County. That's where Tampa is. She took us through parts of the county where everyone has been ordered to evacuate, but she can't force them to. If they stay, she has been telling them.
Don't let these Floridians in. Let them fight in the weather war. Yeah. Alabama's be like, no, don't come in here. Don't come here now. Don't cross that border. You better fight in the weather wars. Want to stay in Florida? You stay in fucking Florida.
Response service.
Georgians
could be limited. At what point do you stop responding in a storm?
If it becomes a danger to us, they don't want to risk us getting hurt out there.
Still, some people are ignoring the order, and they're going to ride it out, but not the Josephics.
Oh, yeah, I saw this. Yeah, Florida men begging for death by concrete pillar. Is this the one I think? Yeah, it is. Florida swimmers getting into the storm surge as Hurricane Ian approaches. Like, what are you trying to do, my man? My brother, are you trying to find Atlantis? Is that what your goal is here? What the fuck could be the goal here? He's like, oh, it's perfect time to go to Pierside Grill. Like, he gets blown the fuck into that pillar, too, by the way. He gets beamed by it. And, like, you know they weren't caught. You know what I mean? Like, they literally prepared for this by putting on their fucking board shorts and probably wearing their, flippy floppies into this thing, dude. It's crazy to me. Blam! Look at that. That's how you blow your back out, dude. That's how you fucking die. Absolutely unacceptable behavior, but also the least insane Florida men. Watch this wild moment when a giant wave throws a person inexplicably swimming at Fort Myers Beach while Hurricane Ian makes landfall in Florida. We don't know if those guys are alive now. Nothing will deter me. I need to have those mozzarella sticks, bro. Pierside Grill. They got the most bomb-ass mozzarella sticks. They probably have some beer in there, too. You know what I mean? They're trying to get to the pier side, baby. They're like, nope, we're going to make it. Why didn't they walk over the pier? Why did they walk under it? Nobody knows. What was it? That's a Florida baptism. What? What is this?
Did you get that? Get the video.
Hurricane Ian is causing massive destruction at Fort Myers. The waves reach the roof of the first floor of the houses. The boats float around in houses. Yeah.
Holy crap. That's why you don't go outside.
He said, that's why you don't go outside. He's got little kids in there, man. What the fuck?
Did you get that? Get the video.
Also, free boat. Technically, maritime law dictates that if you can get onto that boat, that's yours now. I'm just pointing that out. You don't have to do it, but I'm pretty sure that's a free boat. I think the laws of piracy work in your favor in that regard. Unfortunately, boats are very registered. I'm just saying, registered or not, who's going to fight you for it, dude, huh? Other pirates? Who's going to fight you for it? Kevin Costner in Waterworld? Yeah, Jack Sparrow's going to come fucking try to get the boat back. Like, no, good luck.
feel like you're out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, but you're on normally dry ground.
It's insane, right? So this camera is mounted about 6 feet up, and you can see that the water's probably a little bit below that, but then the waves are crashing over that, and that's really where you're churning up things and you're really causing the damage is by the waves on top of the surge.
And this is a very important visual for everybody in coastal communities to realize why we call for evacuation for storm surge, because the only way to survive this, to ensure you're going to survive this, is to not be there when it happens. Can you imagine being in the middle of this? If you survive,
yeah, I
then you'll
can.
say, I'm never going to
a lot of
stay
Floridians
in this
can.
again.
Dr. Nav, this view is so important.
This guy, Hasan, please, next. Please, what is my next step? Please respond. You're on your own, brother.
Like this because everyone is out of harm's way. This is, by the way, I'm going to let everyone know at home, this is an unmanned camera.
Yeah,
okay?
nobody's
This is a
holding
camera that's broadcasting on its own, but there's
Oh!
so much stuff.
What the
in
fuck?
the water, and there's
Shit
so
got
much force
clapped,
behind it. This
dude.
is really a good vantage point for people to. It hits home how significant these hurricanes can be.
And you make the point, the very good one, that this is a rare view because this doesn't happen very often, certainly not in any one particular point. But Ian provided, unfortunately, the worst case scenario for Fort Myers Beach because we had high-end.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Moving, pushing the water into this concave-shaped coastline. It's one of the most vulnerable storm surge areas of the country, and this hurricane went in just the wrong spot. Now, on the other side of the eye, from Fort Myers Beach, we have our Chris Bruin, who's up in the Sarasota area where they've got an offshore wind and still have strong winds. But Chris, I'm glad to see there aren't too many people out and driving because you've got some damage.
Watching this from Orlando, preparing to take my L. Brother, you live in Orlando. That's a permanent L regardless. You know what I'm saying? You live in Orlando. You know what I mean?
The damage is just, I mean, my hometown's Naples, and to see the pier literally underwater, it just breaks my heart. I think that it was a worst case scenario for surge in Naples. They've ridden through some of their hurricanes on their own, but Wilma.
Orlando, more like an Orlando, which was, fun fact, an Orlando was based off of Orlando, just a common experience.
Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel Island, Yusepa Island, Captiva Island. I mean, these are going to be recovering in the weeks and months to come. The amount of water that has been pushed on shore is just...
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
First floor to the roof submerged, cars floating in the street in some cases in cities like Naples. We're in Sarasota. We're not dealing with the surge, but I do not want you to let your guard down on the flash flood potential here. As Ian weakens and pushes up into central Florida, winds will only get stronger here as we see the wind field kind of expand a little bit. And we're also going to squeeze out additional moisture on those northern bands.
You're going to shit on DeSantis for sending the immigrants to safety before the hurricane came? Bro, first of all, yes. Also, it's not like the immigrants were in Florida. He literally shipped them out of Dallas, okay? So, no, he's still fucked up. Except, like, you know, it would have been demonstrably worse if he brought them to Florida. He was right when he said Florida is a shithole. And, yes, no one should live here. He was certainly right about that when he said that.
It's the right thing to do when you have kids. If we didn't have kids, maybe not. It's too much work.
It was a joke, bro. Come on. I know it was a joke. I'm fucking messing around too.
On our way back to the hotel last night, we noticed most people in this area have decided to stay. Look, I grew up in Louisiana. We're used to dealing with hurricanes all along the Gulf Coast. Oftentimes, you see people stay after
there is
a hurricane.
no shooting.
Again, the mandatory evacuation orders are in place up and down, at least the western side of the state of Florida. Guys, we'll toss back to you for now.
All right. Thank you, David. I thought he made a really good point.
Okay, also, on the other hand, we got this going on. It's not real, brother. It's not real. Fuck hurricanes. It's made up Chinese communist propaganda, brother. God, I fucking love Florida so much. Jesus fucking Christ. Just absolute bananas, dude. What a way to live your life. What an insane existence that is. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, I mean, this guy is like, blowing on the shofar. This is another sign that a hurricane is coming. Also, this is the other natural disaster. Our other natural disaster in America that is, unavoidable is another mass shooting at a school, potentially. We'll get more details on that when it comes out. No content without Florida? Brother, we live in America. Every part of America is busted. Breaking, Hurricane Ian brings catastrophic storm surges, enables Florida with the water moving into houses. Social media channels show residents swimming in the surge. Bro, storm surge? You're about to grow a third nipple, dog, when you get out of that. You don't know what's in that water. And there's little fishies and shit. You are literally swimming in doo-doo right now. That's sewage. That's feces. That's chemicals. You don't know what the fuck's in there. Which, of course, is, normal for Florida. So who cares, right?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
My man's like, hell yeah, brother. That's an indoor swimming pool. We don't need to have an above-ground swimming pool when you got it indoors.
Beautiful day for a swim. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's not even normal sewage. It's Florida sewage, dude. It's like jumping in the Hudson. It's like jumping in the River Thames, the they-them river. You don't do that, man. It's built. Oh, God. Oh, my fucking Lord, dude. And apparently there's sharks in the fucking water, too. Hey, yo, blame the Hudson. I live by there. The Hudson still stinks, but still no shot. Do not go in there. You pronounce Thames wrong, by the way. What, you mean they, them? You can get leptospirosis. Here in Puerto Rico, we got a few cases. Sorry, dog. I'm swimming in the hurricane. HasanAbi can't stop me. Okay, like I gave bad advice when I said climb up a fucking tree. But I am giving you good advice. Do not go in the storm surge. The storm surge water will kill you, okay? You will get a bunch of different diseases. There are sharks in the water. There are potentially alligators in the water. There is also a litany of different diseases in the water. There are parasites that are going to crawl up your dick hole in the water. It's sewage, man. It's dookie. There's like little dookies floating around. There's little floaters. And you're in there, bro. Anyway.
That if you decide to stay, you might not be able to get help when you need it, if you need it. If you need it.
Tony, you're familiar with staying during storm warnings.
Yeah, I mean,
growing up in Florida.
Growing up in Florida, people for years and years, particularly in a place like the west coast of Florida, they've been hearing warnings and then the storm wobbles away and they don't get hit. It's been 100 years since they've had something big. So people start to doubt
they don't believe
the
it.
reports, but this one seems to be heading for you, and I think you should take those warnings
Yeah,
seriously.
well, hindsight is 20/20, baby.
We're going to get to more on that in a moment, but first let's start with Manuel Bojorquez. He is in Fort Myers, Florida. That is about 2 hours south of where we are, and he's in an area also under mandatory evacuation. Manny, what are you seeing?
You think anyone in Florida has risked their lives to jack off outside during the hurricane? In that moment, you become the ultimate Florida man, to stand there in the face of Mother Nature and deny her righteous vengeance. Hog in hand, the powerful gusts of winds flowing around you, nothing can stop you. The earth herself must succumb to your godless desires. Not that I would ever do that, just asking a question. Okay. The answer is yes. If you think someone hasn't fucked and or jerked off in the middle of the hurricane, you are out of your mind. Of course they have. It's Florida. It's kind of like fucking the hurricane when you think about it. Like thinking about hurricane, thinking about entering the back walls of the hurricane as you are in the eye of the storm and you start cranking your shaft, okay? Slowly but surely, the moment of solace is upon you and the window of opportunity strikes. start cranking it, okay? Because you can't start off in the middle of the hurricane. That's like diving fucking in raw dog, okay? You can't do that. Start off in the eye of the storm. And when the back walls come for you, you're ready to climax. And blammo, all of a sudden, your sperm is flying around everywhere. You officially have impregnated the hurricane. You have done it. You fucked the hurricussy right in the motherfucking hurricussy, okay? Straight up. Back walls destroyed. Now, you might die. Chat, this guy's 31, by the way. You might die. But you have become a legend, okay? You are going to Valhalla. You are going to Florida's Valhalla, which is the not Orlando or Disney World, as a matter of fact, but what's the one? Margaritaville. Florida's Valhalla is Margaritaville. You are absolutely going to Margaritaville forever. Permanent residence there.
Practice safe sex.
Stop it will hit other people's faces.
Florida.
What streaming does though, motherfucker? I'm just saying, yeah, you are going to the eternal Waffle House in the sky, okay? Florida's Valhalla is a never-ending Kid Rock concert. Florida full of HasanAbi broadcast watchers and trees cranking it now. Yeah, Floridian HasanAbi heads, if you're in a tree, stay in line, okay?
So I can gift subs for the impending top of the hour.
Whip them out and start doing bukkake on the fucking storm.
Well, David, good morning. That calm before the storm, well, it's over here. As you can see, we're getting this constant pounding rain and the winds are starting to pick up. But still, preparation is the name.
Someone said hurricane. Oh, no. Please
stop. The game. Florida's Division of Emergency Management has already prepared more than 2 million meals and has more than 1 million gallons of water on hand to help impacted areas after the storm. And as we await landfall here, other parts of the state are already seeing extreme weather.
Ian's outer band spawned multiple reported tornadoes across South Florida Tuesday, a preview of more dangerous conditions to come. One reported tornado damaged several planes at North Perry Airport in Hollywood.
Yeah, that's called the Clint Eastwood, by the way. Or no, the Harrison Ford. That's just what that is. They're just showcasing the aftermath of Harrison Ford coming into your small airport.
This is nuts. She is not happy.
In Key West, powerful winds snapped trees as heavy rains and early storm surge triggered flash flooding. Many people moved their cars to higher ground in anticipation, and overnight, rising water began inundating homes along the coast. Earlier Tuesday, hurricane hunters flew into the eye of the storm to collect data, and satellites captured this time lapse of Ian churning and flashing with lightning from space. Here on Earth, NASA finished rolling its Artemis rocket, whose launch Ian delayed, back indoors ahead of the hurricane's arrival. In Tampa, there was a steady flow of traffic out of the city as people heeded evacuation orders.
I've been here 45 years, and this is the first time I left for a storm.
And from the state's capital, Governor Ron DeSantis delivered this warning late last night.
There will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast region. Time to evacuate is coming to an end. You need to evacuate now. You don't have to traverse all across the state of Florida. You need to get to higher ground. You need to get to structure.
Oh, when I say it, Hasan, you're spreading storm misinformation. When Ron DeSantis says it, all of a sudden, we're all listening, okay? We're all ears, huh? Is that what you're saying? Bill Vaughn, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Yeah, he said get the higher ground. That's what I said too. Look at them palm trees, dude, looking climbable, okay? Looking submissive and climbable. Just kidding. Lol in your face, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
That are safe.
Another major concern, of course.
What is this camera angle? Wait, what is going on with this camera angle, dog? Why is he like... He's just stanced up. But also, why is the camera hitting him from like above? Why is he? What is he? This is the average 6 foot and under experience. The difference between 5'11" and 6 foot is so severe, dog.
Widespread power outages. The governor said 30,000 utility workers are on call ready to assist with restoration efforts after the storm. And beyond Florida, Georgia has already declared a state of emergency, preparing for extreme weather as Ian heads north. But again, rain and wind picking up here, conditions only expected to get worse. David?
Manny Bojorquez, Fort Myers, Florida. Thank you, Manny.
Storm surge, particularly in the southwest part of the state there. It's expected to be as high as 12 to 18 feet in some areas, which, by the way, is twice as high as they've ever recorded in this part of Florida. So joining me now is Mark Luther. He's the director of the Ocean Monitoring and Prediction Lab at the University of South Florida College of Marine Science.
Damn, they even got Cuck Todd on this? That's crazy.
We've seen this, and we saw this spooky picture earlier where you could see the water be sucked out. And we know it's going to come back. So this surge is it basically the next 10 hours that anywhere south of where this storm made landfall has to be prepared for the worst?
Yes, that's true. We're already seeing some significant storm surges in the Fort Myers Beach area. I've seen some photos sent from there of houses completely inundated.
Chatters will say anything. Please stop. My girlfriend put me in a cock cage for Locktober, and this is triggering. I gotta take the glasses off. I've seen too much. Sometimes I don't need to read. Sometimes I don't need to see. You know what I mean? I don't even know what to say to that, man. God damn. I don't know what to say to that at all.
Is Hurricane Ian the new throat
product for the state of Florida? Over half of all the gasoline, diesel fuel, et cetera, even jet fuel for...
No, I didn't say the palm trees look submissive and breedable. I said they look submissive and climbable.
Now is post-storm recovery for those maritime facilities.
Do you expect the worst of this to be Naples, Fort Myers, and Marco Island, and that this should be a relatively manageable event for Tampa Bay, or is Tampa Bay not out of the woods?
The only unmanageable event is the top of the hour ad break, okay, which comes at the top of every hour, and people should be prepared for it, and yet they're still not prepared for it. Of course, the only way to prepare for it is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or $4, whatever the fuck September is. You know, it's been kind of weak this year. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but that's the way that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's kind of like a natural disaster if you think about it. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
And we're not likely to see
Bill Vaughn, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads.
Back in afterwards.
Once again, Tampa Bay, whether it's, I'm convinced researchers are going to find out there's something about the Gulf that somehow protects Tampa Bay from these direct hits. We'll maybe figure out if it's replicatable or that's just Mother Nature. Mark Luther at USF, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. Our breaking Hurricane Ian coverage will continue with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and with Hurricane Ian making history as it's making landfall, we are seeing the biggest concern as we come on the air, the back of this eye wall hitting Florida as we speak. A super destructive, very dangerous phase in this Category 4 storm. You see the track, it's just shy of a Cat 5. The fifth most powerful storm measured by wind speed to ever hit the U.S., 155 miles an hour. And look at what's happening live right now. You are looking at a split screen here of Punta Gorda, Florida, and the south end of the Skyway Bridge in Tampa Bay. The rain is intense. It is coming down in sheets. Look at that one camera. It is barely hanging on. Here in Naples, check this out, cars basically underwater, right up to the windshield, drifting down the block because it's so flooded. The National Hurricane Center says those storm surges could be historic in this area, maybe up to 18 feet, and everybody in the state, look at that, can expect flooding. You know, emergency crews, they're trying to do the best they can, but look at these firefighters unloading what looks to be a flooded out fire truck, trying to save at least some of the equipment inside. If you did not evacuate, it is too late. Nobody's coming to get you, at least not right now. At people's homes. Look at this, Cape Coral. It is ripping them apart. We've got our team of reporters posted up all across Florida.
Dude, they got boss fight music playing. They're literally like, you're going to die. They're like, oh, if you didn't evacuate, good luck.
Curfew. And Carrie, I know you've covered a lot of hurricanes here. I've seen you get blown around. The rain, the wind, it is all incredibly intense. Tell me what you're seeing.
Well, we're on the dirty side of the eye wall. You know, we didn't have that perfect clean eye with the blue skies, but now the backside's beginning to come through. So the wind's just beginning to pick back up. We've had a period of time here that have been really quite calm, even though we couldn't see the skies or the birds flying around. It brought a lot of the residents out to start walking around, taking a look, taking pictures. They're now heading back inside because the wind is picking back up. And we're likely to see stronger winds on the backside than we did on the front side. I was standing out sort of in this area. You can see a car driving around. I think I see him actually holding a cell phone as he's driving, taking some videos. We had winds.
Wait, this is the one location. This is what Jim can. This is the Jim
10 miles an hour. I think we're going to see the stronger winds on the backside, but we already know that power has been knocked out to a good portion of Charlotte County. We know that there have been some roofs that have had some serious damage. Of course, buildings are leaking, and so there's a lot of water that's coming in. And what we haven't seen here is that storm surge yet. In fact, we saw the opposite. The counterclockwise rotation of the hurricane sucked the water out of Charlotte Harbor, sucked it out of the Peace River. It was actually kind of interesting to see that. But on the back end, we may actually see that storm surge come in. What we saw to the south of us down in Naples, that storm surge could actually hit here. The only other thing I might mention is there were a lot of people who decided during this hurricane, you know what, I should have evacuated and I didn't. And just before we really got the intense winds, people started coming in their cars and going to a parking garage and driving up to the second, third floor. Folks who had dogs and cats with them, just getting in there saying, you know what, we're not going to ride it out in our house. We're going to ride it out in our car inside a well-constructed very heavy concrete parking garage. And so they're there right now waiting for this to all end. The heaviest winds, the strongest winds, if we continue to watch the movement here, might be at around 7:30, 8 o'clock. But the hurricane, the rain, all of everything going on, it's going to take till at least midnight before we get to that point of, okay, we're past the really heavy aspects of this. But then begins we got to wait for the daylight to really do the assessment of the damage.
And I want to just be clear to people, because right now, Carrie, it doesn't look like you're standing in much, right? I mean, it looks like you're standing on a rainy day in Florida. That's because, that's what I'm saying. You're going to get hammered here in a second. Yeah. And what's so interesting about this particular storm is sometimes it's not the backside that can be more intense. In this instance, it may very well be where you are.
Exactly. I mean, usually have this really well-defined eye, and you look up and you say to yourself, I can't believe it's such a blue sky. We don't have that here. It's dirty. But nonetheless, we're in that lull in the middle of the rotation of the hurricane. And when that backside comes, the strongest winds are right in the eye wall. And so when that backside hits here, that's when we're going to see it ramp up tremendously. Wind speeds, everybody wants to know Category 4, Category 5. I just say from my experience, once you're at a major hurricane, a 4 or 5, I don't think there's really that dramatically of a difference. I mean, we have tornadoes that get spun out of here. There will be some calculations of what the speeds were of the wind, at the end of the day, it's the destruction, and hopefully, we don't have reports of anybody being seriously injured, but it takes a while to get that kind of information. Hopefully, everybody is safe.
At this point, in some ways, the fact that it is a Cat 4, just shy of a Cat 5, is an interesting data point, but functionally on the ground, the difference between 155 miles an hour and 160 miles an hour, you're getting crushed. You know what I mean? And I'm hearing something in the back of your live shot, Carrie. Is that an alarm going off? I assume that's happening all over town.
Yeah. it actually has been driving us crazy. It is an alarm going off. So when the power went out, the alarms started firing, and that's inside one of the garage buildings down here, and it's been going like that, and I assume until the battery dies, and who knows whether the battery will die. So, the city made it very clear that their fire officials, their city employees, nobody's going to go out until the storm is completely gone. So, yeah, that adds actually a little bit to the anxiety when you keep hearing this sound, because it is an alarm, and we're in the middle of a hurricane and everything else. But it's kind of what you expect. It's like a car alarm. When somebody knocks a car, nobody seems to pay attention to it anymore, but it just keeps irritating you.
Carrie Sanders, stand by. I know we're coming back to you later on in the show. Thank you. Let me get to Bill Cairns now with the track here. And Bill, let me just make clear that while people are looking,
he's like 150-mile winds, but this alarm sure is annoying. That's crazy. He's about to get face fucked by flowing street signs and shit. And he's like, man, this alarm sure is fucking annoying.
A Carrie shot. The level of urgency here is incredibly real, right? It is incredibly intense. Can we pull up, I don't know if we can, some more of those live pictures that we have of,
real vibe
I know,
killer,
minutes
these
ago,
alarms.
roughly 100 minutes ago now at this point. And now it's going to slow down. That's the risk. That's the danger, because this pummeling is going to continue.
And Hallie, just stop for a second. You just had a 5-minute conversation with a reporter in the eye of a Category 4 hurricane. I mean, that just blows your mind that we even have the technology to even bring you those pictures. And if you check in back with if you check back in with our crew there and Carrie in about 30 minutes, he's going to start getting into that northwestern dirty quadrant of the backside of the storm, and it's going to pour, and he's going to have like 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So here's where Carrie is located, pretty much under the center of our icon here, showing you where the storm is. But you notice the dark reds closing in? I mean, it's pouring in Venice right now. The winds are howling all the way down to Inglewood. We got a damage being done on the backside here. So the winds were going one way. Then as the eye passes you, they go in the other way. So things that got loosened up one direction, now the wind's going to attack it from the other direction, and we're going to have even more stuff flying around and getting destroyed. But that's what's going to head into Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda in about the next, I'd say, a half hour at least, and then definitely right through. But it'll take about 2 to 3 hours to get to the backside of this. We have really extreme conditions returning now to Captiva and Sanibel and poor Fort Myers. They didn't have much of a break. They really didn't go through the center of the eye, so the winds have been howling pretty good here. And as far as damage goes, we'll see a lot more in the days ahead. But just from this storm track, wind damage, most extreme, is going to be areas from Fort Myers, probably northwards. The worst storm surge will be from Fort Myers to Bonita Springs down to Naples. That's kind of the target zone of what we're looking at. And of course, Carrie mentioned it, the 123-mile-per-hour wind gust that we had before their gauge stopped working there in Punta Gorda. Right now, we're gusting 75 in Sarasota, so we're up to about a hurricane strength. The same with Venice. Tampa's up to around 60, and that's what you're going to expect in the Tampa area. Kind of what you have now is as bad as it's going to get, assuming we don't have any tornadoes, which will be possible overnight. The rain has really tapered off in Naples, and the water's beginning to recede.
Hybrid
so that's
effect.
Good.
Thank you for the
we
5
need to
gifted.
get these people rescued that are, demanding and asking and calling for help. Hopefully, we can do that before sunset. Hopefully, the winds will come down enough. But that water is still very high, especially around that Bonita Springs, the Fort Myers area. The wind is just coming in straight in that southern eye, right off the water, and it's just not allowing it to recede back out into the ocean like you'd expect. So here's the new update from the Hurricane Center: 140-mile-per-hour winds. So we're still a Category 4. The next update will probably likely go down to a Category 3, and then during the overnight hours, likely by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, possibly a Category 1 hurricane. So here we are at 2 a.m., Category 1 heading over Osceola and Polk counties here, and then slowly trying to work its way up towards Universal Studios, Orlando International Airport, Orlando area, and then heading out towards maybe the Space Coast, the Titusville region, up to Daytona Beach. It looks like that's the area. Maybe New Smyrna Beach is right where they have it exiting off the coast here, and that would be tomorrow afternoon as a tropical storm. So because it's taking more of a track off the coast, it's not going to have enough time to weaken significantly. Then we're still taking this as a tropical storm. I mean, it's not out of the realm that we could have this as a hurricane making landfall Friday afternoon.
Bro, Floridians are so weird, dude. He's like, oh man, Polk County mentioned. It's like, brother, the fuck do you mean? Yeah, it's mentioned not in a good way. He's like, it's fine that we're in the path of the hurricane, dog. We got to mention.
Still, for the people that live here, this is very concerning. These areas are very flood prone, especially when you get the heavy rain and a storm surge combination. So that's going to be a big concern in the days ahead. So hurricane warnings here, hurricane watches from Daytona Beach.
Chatters be like, let me have this, bro.
We just keep having these storms, Hallie, that, like Fiona, they're overachieving. And the ocean temperatures are a big reason for it. That's the fuel for these storms.
It's the climate connection there. Bill Cairns, thank you. I know you're standing by also. We're coming back to you. Let me get to Steve Patterson, who is in St. Petersburg. And the big concern tonight is the rain. 2 to 3 months of rain in like 2 to 3 days. And just looking at your live shot here, the wind is intense where you are. Not 155 miles an hour, obviously, but it is certainly a lot.
Enough to cause problems and do some damage, Hallie, and that's really what officials are worried about as we speak. We're going to get to the rain when we get to the rain, and look, there's plenty of rain to go around right now, but that deluge is going to come later. Right now is this wind event. It is the direct brunt of the lashings of the eye of the storm that have made landfall a few hours ago. Now we're feeling the wind gusts pretty solid. I would say every few seconds we get a good one, and you'll see one in the next few seconds, I guarantee you. But for now, we can update you on power outages, about 100,000 between the counties that...
No, motherfuckers are trying to wakeboard, dog. What are you doing? Get away.
And we've heard, obviously reports of power lines, reports of flash flooding. The flooding, though, as this continues, as that storm slows, as the back end of the storm starts lashing us as well, as the storm surge, because the bay has gone out into the Gulf. If I were to show you down there, you'd see the tide has moved out. That will come back with a vengeance. We're expecting about a 4 to 6 foot storm surge. When that hits, combined with the deluge that you're talking about, it's going to get really bad here really fast. But for right now, it's the wind. Hallie?
Only pockets of people who have power along the coast where you are, right, Steve?
Dude, white people are so crazy. Like, that is just insane.
Correct. Only pockets. You're going to find, a cluster of people with lights.
These people need war, man. They need to go to war. They're crazy.
Steve Patterson out there.
It's like that tweet. Their biological clock is ticking. You know what I mean?
For Steve and for his crew, and for Carrie and for his crew, and for Morgan Chesky, who is joining us now, and his crew, and our teams always know that is the most important thing. I want to be really clear about that, because I think, Morgan, as you well know, people see us, reporters, teams of news crews out in the thick of it, and go, what are they doing here? We are prepared. We are trying to be smart about this. Where you are, I know we got an update from the mayor, right, of Tampa, who luckily, right, Tampa's avoiding the worst of this storm. It's hitting further south, but it's not like you're out of the woods.
It's like every mayor has been like, there is no help for you. If you're in the middle of the storm, there is no help. You're fucked. You're cooked. You're going to die. Meanwhile, they're like, we sent our investigators out there to stand in the middle of the fucking 100-mile winds.
Incredible amount of rain here. The brunt of this hurricane not expected to hit Tampa proper until anywhere from 9 to midnight tonight. And the numbers are wild, Hallie. 12 to 24 inches of rain forecast over the next 48 hours. So as you mentioned, 2 to 3 months of rain in 2 to 3 days. Hours ago, we heard from the city that there were already reports of flooding in low-lying areas. That's only going to get worse as the night goes on, although, we're not going to be able to see it. We're going to have the cover of darkness here. That's going to make things even more treacherous, and that's why at this hour, they're telling everyone, stay inside. And if you did happen to evacuate days ago, and you think, hey, it's okay to come back home because Tampa's not getting the brunt of Ian when it made landfall, now is not the time to return back home. So that's the main message tonight. And we have seen the bands from Ian make their way over here. Stronger winds, stronger rain, stronger winds, stronger rain. But the real telling thing that everyone's watching is how slow Ian starts to move when it churns its way inland. If it goes down to 3-4 miles an hour, it could drop an incredible amount of rain, similar to what we saw with Hurricane Harvey over Houston that flooded nearly the entire city. Hallie?
Morgan, we talk about the power outages here. We've learned that there are just over 1 million people who do not have power in the state. We know that there are a lot of people who live in Tampa, 380,000 of them, as you point out, not directly on the coast. they can't get anywhere. Airports are shut down. Bridges are shut down. We showed that live shot of, I think, that Tampa Bay bridge, the Sky Bridge, which is closed. Marco Island, roads and bridges are impassable further south of where you are, as we look at some time lapses here. Near where Marco Island, the eye made landfall here. If you are still there, if you are on some of these barrier islands, and I talked to one mayor who said people still are, there is no way to get off. You're done, right, until this storm actually passes by.
Yeah, unfortunately, those folks in those outlying areas are going to be facing a tough 48, 72 hours ahead until emergency officials can get back there and start the long process of cleaning up, of recovering from Hurricane Ian. And if you look down,
it's wild that they don't even like mix words. It's just like, you're done.
Like that, and that was.
Hey, if you're stuck there, you're fucking done. What do you mean?
Size of Ian as it churned its way through the Gulf and made its way towards Florida. Right now, we're still getting preliminary reports about some of those outlying areas, the extent of the damage there. We do know from the stunning images we've seen along the coast in Naples, Florida, with streets already underwater, you can only imagine the extent of the damage in those outlying areas. But I think right now it's very much a dynamic situation. Even though Ian has made landfall and we've seen the destruction that it's unleashed upon those coastal communities, we're really watching its toll play out in real time as it marches across Florida. Already 1 million Floridians without power, as you mentioned. That number likely to go even higher. And I really do feel like the flooding is going to be such an issue going forward with the forecast calling for so much rain and the fact that this could really become a slow-moving storm here in the state of Florida. Hallie?
Morgan Chesky, live for us there in Tampa. Thank you. Let me bring in now Florida State Senator Jana Cruz, who represents District 18, the Tampa area there. Thank you so much for being with us. I see you on your balcony. Tell me what you're seeing, what you're hearing from folks in your neighborhood.
This is just the beginning. You know, we're 102 miles away from where this hurricane made landfall. And
bro, she's smiling through it all.
This is just wind, and you can see the resiliency of a palm tree. But you know, we're expecting as much as 24 inches of rain in the next 24 hours. This is just the beginning.
Wait, you said you can warn Floridians 1 million times, they will still not evacuate? Trust me, they think they're invincible because they were born there. I mean, I know that. There's chatters that got excited at the mention of like their county when the mention is followed up by, you're done if you live there. Evacuate now. Chatters be like, oh, sick, my county's being mentioned. It's like, bro, it's coming at you, dude. 150-mile winds. Coming at you, motherfucker. It's like, oh, shout out, dude. That's sick.
As you note, it is passing by you in Tampa to the south, as we're looking at the track on the other side of the screen here, coming up through the central part of the state. What is the plan for, let's say, first thing tomorrow morning?
First thing tomorrow morning, the first thing I tell people is don't drive through moving or standing water. Water, like 2 feet of water can disable a vehicle around here. So I beg people not to decide that they need to be out and about to go see the damage. They need to stay home and not drive a car through this flood. And if you have a big truck and you think that you can drive through the flood, please don't do that, because when you do that, you move water into people's yards and possibly into their homes. So let's just stay put. Hopefully you're prepared and we can wait for the water to recede.
Jana Cruz, state senator from the Tampa area. Thank you so much for being with us. A lot of folks thinking about you and your community, and of course the rest of the Gulf Coast there in Florida. Allie,
yeah, we are. We're thinking, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Specifically in Naples. And Allie, you have been in it for the last, I think, 2 hours, two and a half hours or so.
Yeah.
Roads still flooded, I assume. Tell me what you're seeing, because you have a very dramatic shot where you are.
Yeah. Well, here's the other dramatic part, how much it's changed. Take a look at this. You can see the ground. By the way, this is a tarmac ground, but now it's all sand because that's all the water.
Well, wait a second. Let me make sure that I understand what I'm seeing. this is sand and road, basically. Can I just tell people who might not?
Yes.
I don't know if we have the shot. If we have, I'm going to ask our team. If we have the video from Ali Velshi, not even an hour ago, you couldn't see the color of these cars.
It was under several feet of water.
I wouldn't be able to tell that was a white car. They were underwater.
Yeah, right.
Look at that. That's what it looked like. We're showing people what it looked like 1 hour ago, right? And so is this because of the power of the hurricane basically sucking the water back out?
This one's for Florida, brother.
It is two things. Part of it is that, and part of it is that at 3:20 p.m. Eastern is when we hit high tide here. So the tide itself is receding under normal circumstances. Like that would normally be happening
anyway. Put the white monster in my goddamn diet lemonade.
However, you did see all the impact of all of those cars that had been moved. They were all nicely aligned in a row, and they were parked, and they've all floated off. You can see the ground. I want to ask Randy to bring us over here and take a look at the ocean, which is much, much calmer. It's still a rough ocean. It's the Gulf of Mexico, but it's much calmer, and the direction of the water has changed. The direction earlier was coming toward us from the back of your screen toward you. Now it's going from the left, from the right to the left. So the storm direction has changed, which always happens on the back of a storm. And if you look down here, Randy, this Hallie was where the water was coming in from the right to the left, the storm surge. You hardly see that now. You see a little bit of it. The water has now gone back into the Gulf of Mexico. Now again,
I'm getting turned.
That's
Florida style.
Right. So things have changed fairly dramatically here, but this is a moving storm. So there are parts of Florida where things are really bad. And with each passing hour, we're finding out about more power outages, far more than 1 million people now. I haven't seen the last update, but I'm assuming it just keeps going up with each one. We had a report from a town where the wastewater reservoir is about to be overtopped, and that's a big problem when wastewater starts getting into public drainage water. So there's a lot that's wrong here, a lot that needs to be fixed. And the problem with this, Hallie, is people who sort of say, all right, I've dodged a bullet, the worst is over, let me go out. There's nothing but debris. See, as this car, as the water recedes, there's all sorts of debris. There's tables, there's gates, there's dangerous stuff, there's side.
There's that Chatter's fence, dude.
Your car can start to float in 6 inches of water, a foot of water. There's still way more than a foot of water, as you can see with those cars down there. So it's not solved. It's not even close to over. And in parts of Florida, this is still just hitting. There's still going to be trees and poles coming down, still going to be power lines taken out. But at least we can start to see what the back of it looks like.
They sent Ali Velshi out there because he's bald, okay? They woke.
Start to come out and assess the damage, get tow trucks to pull these cars out. It's a while.
I was just going to ask, because that's been a key part of this storyline, as I've talked with some officials up and down the coast, mayors, emergency services folks. They've said, listen, our people cannot get out. They cannot actually get through this, even when it looks like what it looks like where you are at this point.
Yeah. And I remind you, I'm here behind a wall. If I lean over here into the wind, you hear the wind. You hear it's still a very, very windy day out here. It's too windy for people to be fixing power lines. Look at that. Something just came down over there. I guess there we go. Look at that. A very light paddle board. But, there's stuff still flying around. Stuff's still dangerous. They can't fix power.
Yeah, that is just Florida, man. Look at that. Very light paddle board.
People who, have heart attacks and need ambulances and need to get to the hospital. So they want people off the road. They don't want more people stuck. They want people to just sit this out and let them take care of it tomorrow. But the good news is we will probably see the sunset on Naples tonight with the worst of the damage behind us. And then tomorrow they will begin evaluating. For Naples, because there's so much infrastructure here, they'll probably get the electricity up fairly soon. But, there are parts of Florida, particularly on the West Coast, that are not nearly that developed. And that could take days to weeks to get power and water in a good position. So a lot more to come.
Brother, you see a paddle board and not the person on it, you know what happened to the person on it. He went real Florida on the hurricane's ass, and the hurricane won, okay?
$20+ billion to clean up.
And a much smaller storm. So, that's there's going to be a lot of work to be done here.
Ali Velshi, live for us there in Naples. Thank you. As the eye of the storm now, as you saw, is passing over many members of our team who are on the coast. We are watching for what happens when the backside of this Category 4 hurricane whips around and makes its way onto land. We're also going to talk with a former FEMA administrator who says the storm surge from hurricanes past, like Charlie, which we just referenced, don't even come close to this. We'll be right back.
What? He said
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening?
What did he say? He said, can't tell if you're a... Wait, hold on. Following this is 14 minutes ago. He said, can't tell whether you're an adolescent overweight girl going through a transition or a homosexual with a hippo mouth. Hippopotamus. How do you say that in English? Hippopotamus? How do you say hippo? How do you say hippo? Hippopotamus. Hippopotamus? Oh, hippopotamus. God, English is so fucking weird. Incels are so bad at talking shit. Yeah, it's just such a weird thing, dude. Why do they say stuff like this? Can't tell whether you're an adolescent overweight girl going through transition or a homosexual with a hippopotamus mouth. Hippopotamus mouth. I kind of want to unban just to see like what's going on. I feel like you got some vision problems, my man. Hip Hop Anonymous? Shut up. Like when you orient disses, right? Because all my fans know exactly what upsets me, right? When you wanna do a diss, you can't do like a broad diss. You know what I mean? You can't just say something that just like doesn't fit the bill. You know what I mean? Like you got to sit and chat a little bit. And one of the chatters will probably explain to you like what pisses me off by doing it. You got to try it again, man. This didn't work. This didn't hit. Like you have to try again. You have to be better than this. Especially because like we have eyes, you know what I mean? Like
Thanks, HasanAbi.
Like what does a hippo mouth even mean? A homosexual with a hippo mouth? Try again. I unbanned you so you could try again, for the record. Like this is, cause I want to give you the opportunity to hit me with something good, because this one is just not even mid. I'm giving you a light one. How long ago and how much were the hair plugs? No, that's not a diss, man. That makes me happy. When you say like I'm doing steroids, when you accuse me of doing steroids, or when you accuse me of getting like hair graft surgery or whatever, that's a compliment, because neither of those things are true. So that actually makes me feel better, because I'm like, damn, I look that good, or damn, my hairline's actually good. Like that's what. Yeah, the reality is like if you wanted to annoy me, you'd just be like, the audio is bad. You know what I mean? Or you're fucking bald. You're old and bald. You know? You're an adolescent overweight girl going through a transition is not like... I mean, this is just a self-report. If you found that to be funny, I'm gonna give him an opportunity to basically come back with something good, but I might just ban you, to be honest. Yeah, I might just ban you. I'm gonna ban you, I think, because you thought that was good. I'm not even gonna give you an opportunity to fucking come up with something better. Come on, chatters. It's hairline, hat era, make the rich pay fit, house, car, shirt. Why haven't you talked about the X issue? Yeah. I can hear you chewing through your mic. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the stuff that fucking tilts me. This guy left, dude. That's kind of sad. You suck at video games. That's another one that pisses me off. Like, here's an example. If you were to say, you suck at video games, that would piss me off. However, if you were to say, oh, dude, nice cheating in the video game, that would make me happy. You know what I mean? Because you're basically saying, like, I'm actually so good that you don't believe it. And because I'm clearly not cheating, like, that makes me happy. I'm like, oh, thank you. That's good. Truth equals mad. Yes, of course. It's like when people say stuff. It's like when people say stuff like what was I gonna say? Like, oh yeah, it's like when people say, Hasan, you always say the correct political thing. Well, thank you. Why, yes, I do. Shouldn't you also feel the correct thing? If that's your perspective, then yeah, no shit, I do. Anyway, let's continue.
Surprising for a popular retiree spot, right, in Florida. When you have such a number of older folks who are in one location, that presents new challenges. I think you were saying that some of them, people of all ages, have gotten into this parking garage because they initially didn't want to leave, and then at the last minute thought, maybe I don't want to stay home, so let me bring the dog and the cat and pop in the car.
So I'll sort of paint the picture for you. James Brown right now, he goes, that's my name. I can't sing. He and his dog, Oliver, are right now in the car in the back seat. He's trying to calm the dog down because the dog's never been through something like this. He seems to be.
Sasha Gray said HasanAbi is packing wood. Thank you.
Right next to them, a young woman, she's 71 years old, but a very pleasant woman by the name of Constance is inside her vehicle with her cat, Joey.
I'm out.
And
Millions
Joey
in my
is
state
crawling
hoping the
all
roof
over
stays
the
on.
car.
Please,
She says
please,
that
please don't
her
let the
cat
drama
has
freaks
never
turn you off
been
course.
inside the car,
Faustini,
and so is exploring
you're a
and
drama
also a
freak,
little
you
skittish,
bitch. When it comes to libtard issues.
with a Cat 4 storm, the other cars there. Well, I met a family. They're from Indiana. They just moved here. They have never been through a hurricane. That's Cindy and Kevin Flavo, I think was I can't remember their last name. Anyway, they've just moved here. This is their first hurricane. I said, are you
Faustini
scared?
is from Florida.
And
He's
Kevin
from
said,
Palm
you
Beach.
know, I'm anxious, and I understand that anxiety because you don't know what is coming next. I mean, in the same way that we're standing here waiting for the backside of this storm to arrive and the eye wall with the strongest winds, you know, because you don't know, that anxiety is just a very natural human reaction.
That's
Hallie.
right. That makes total sense. Carrie Sanders, thank you. And thank you, by the way, Carrie, for pulling back the curtain and giving us more of a sense of where you are, how you and your team stay safe. I think that's really important. We really appreciate you being there. As you, I know, are bracing now for the second half of this storm. We'll have more of that coverage live. Let me bring back Bill Cairns for the latest on the storm's trajectory. So we had that update at the top of the hour, Bill, on the path, right? The new warnings for places like North and South Carolina of storm surges. And I see that you also have looked at what we're seeing so far from this storm. As we have this, it's so weird, Bill. It feels like this moment of relative peace in what has been a very intense day of storm coverage. It's not going to last.
Yeah, I always call this moment kind of like the fog after the storm. It's like you get the landfall, you know it's not going to get any stronger, so it's just starting to get weaker from here. And we get to the point where, like, you know, some of our crews are down because the winds are too strong right now, so you're not giving you the pictures and the drama, the buildup. But there's still a lot of damage being done. I mean, there's still trees falling down. There's still people.
That's the key part,
right? Right. So it's still happening. It's just it's hard for us to move with the storm as we go throughout, you know, the entire evening and even, you know, tomorrow. We do our best to place our crews along the line of the storm. But yeah, there's always this little, I always call it, like, it's almost like the fog of war. You don't really know what's always going on. It won't be until like the next day or two. I mean, remember Katrina? We didn't even know how bad it was till like 2 days later, you know, when we had all the levees break. So as far as the winds have gone, some of our gauges did hold up pretty well and gave us some of the gusts. I mean, Port Charlotte was 105, Naples 112. So this was a very powerful storm when it made landfall with the winds. So, I mean, we obviously, you know, it made landfall as 150. That's the estimated strongest wind.
Law tip, because the power is out, security cameras and systems in local appliance stores are likely out of order for the foreseeable future. Good law tip. Thank you, BioMart, for the law tip.
Working. That's going to happen in these storms. So tonight, one of the biggest fears that we have, now that the storm surge is pretty much peaked and will start to slowly recede from here, is what happens with the freshwater flooding. we've been in this rare high risk of flash flooding from areas from Jacksonville to Daytona Beach, includes all the Orlando area. And that's where the heaviest rain is going to fall tonight. If we get any of those totals that could be up there to 2 feet, that's where they would occur. It's that I-4 corridor northwards up I-95 to Daytona Beach into Flagler County here, including all of Volusia County. So that's kind of rainfall totals. Florida has sandy soil. It can soak it up, but 2 feet of rain is going to saturate eventually, and there's going to be water places that don't typically see it. So we'll
there ain't no fucking way.
Warnings as we go throughout the night.
There ain't no fucking way that's real.
Storm. We still do have a tornado.
There ain't no fucking way that's real, dog. There is no way that's real, bro. I thought that was like a hard factor joke. Bro, I thought that was a joke. There's like a joke about this. I got it, bro. I got it. Every time you bite your nails, you're losing a strand of hair, Habibi. Got it. Okay, there you go. You got me. Okay, Jesus Christ. I read it like 4 times, man. There you go. You tilted me. Okay. Jeez. What a sad way to win. What a sad victory for you. Never seen a mic cover with a little nub on it? Yeah, I mean. Still got the ring on and everything. Kinky. Law tip, I bet the banks are unattended and without power right now. You should not enter an unattended bank in this trying time, especially not a Chase bank. No, you probably shouldn't do that, actually. That isn't even a joke. You literally should not do that. I can't believe she's not hitting the Hurricussy raw, dude. She was like ribbed for Ian's pleasure.
8 to 9 miles from the ocean. So if you go and call it up on Google Maps or wherever, look at your phone and see how far away Interstate 75 is from the ocean, and then how many houses and villages and communities are in between that, and possibly, if not likely, all of those places have had water damage. And that's going to be one of the big stories. That water is going to recede. So when these people return, they're going to come home to a house and they'll see a line on their wall where the water got up to. And then they got to be like, what do we do? How do we fix this? We got to tear the floors up. We got to pull the carpets. We got to get new sheetrock put in, because you can't be in Florida with water damage in your walls, because the mold is going to grow like crazy.
That's right.
So yeah, that's not just like one community. I mean, we're talking the possibility of hundreds of thousands of people dealing with that same issue.
Bill Cairns, thank you for being on top of that track for us. Appreciate it. Yeah. I want to bring in now Craig Fugate, the former head of FEMA under former President Obama, who is in Gainesville for us. Thank you so much for being with us. You are somebody who we wanted to have you on because you know hurricanes. Irene, Sandy happened on your watch when you were at FEMA, but you've talked about other storms like Charlie, which you think don't even come close to Ian.
Dog, he's in a solar flare. What's going on?
State director during Charlie.
Bro, they flashbanged him.
Take Charlie and the hurricane force winds it had and basically put it inside the eye wall of Ian. It was like a 10-mile wide tornado. And because it was so compact, it didn't produce the storm surge that we're seeing with Ian. And the other thing was Charlie was fast moving, so we didn't get heavy rain in the interior state. We got wind damage, but it was very concentrated. Ian's going to do everything you don't want from a hurricane. We've already seen the impacts of storm surge. We got a very large wind field. This is going to cause trees to come down, power outage, damage to homes. And because it's not moving as fast, the risk, as you heard earlier, of extreme rainfall events of 1 foot to 2 feet in Central Florida is actually had above average rainfall this summer. So it's pretty saturated. There's not going to be a lot of places for this water to go, except it's going to go up and get into people's homes.
So is that your biggest concern right now? Is it the flooding
potential?
No,
his biggest concern is
throwing flashbang. Well, the biggest concern is the storm surge and how quickly the rescue teams can get into those areas.
Yeah.
Because we still got to make sure that people did stay behind. They're going to have to get in there. But this is, think of this as, 3D chess. You've got to respond to what's already been hit. You still got areas that haven't even gotten the experience of the storm yet that are going to get hit. And you're going to have to respond now from an area down in Southwest Florida all the way up to the East Coast, and now potentially looking at impacts as far north as Jacksonville and then up into the, Georgia and the Carolinas. So for, the state of Florida, this is pretty much all of the state peninsula is at some risk of impacts. And those impacts in some areas haven't been felt yet. They'll be occurring tonight and into tomorrow.
Because we just talked with Bill Cairns, our meteorologist here, who talked about the track of this storm, right? Because it is not going to just evaporate once Ian gets further into the Central Coast, right? You got North Carolina, South Carolina now on alert with these watches and warnings in place over the next, let's say, 48 hours or so. There is such a thing, and I know you know this well, of like response fatigue in some ways. How do you think about that when there's storms on storms, right? Disaster on the coast of Florida, devastation in the middle of Florida, in the central part of it, more destruction headed toward the coast of the Carolinas?
Well, it's like, FEMA, they were in Puerto Rico, they were in Alaska, they got, 2 storms there, now they got Florida, they potentially got some more states. And it's really got to prioritize. There will be a lot of things that need to get done, but because you got so many areas of impact, you got to focus on the most critical thing, and that's life-saving. So FEMA's already moved additional urban search and rescue teams to support Governor DeSantis and the State Emergency Operations Center, and they're focusing on these things. They're going to focus on life-saving. They're going to focus on the immediate needs supporting the state as they set the stage for recovery. And that's not going to be the same throughout the state. There are going to be some parts of Florida.
Mr. Have a nice day. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Recovery because they didn't have the heavy impacts while they're still doing a lot of work just to get power on, particularly closer down in the Southwest area.
So for folks who might be listening or watching and wondering, okay, so when does the power...
$2.50 sub. Real cool. Making jokes while Florida burns to the ground. Not coming back to this stream. If he click my logs, he a big dumb. Yeah, fucking got him.
Back a few years ago here. How long is it going to take after a storm like this, for these responders to get in, for those utility trucks? We've seen these convoys of trucks heading down the highway, right, heading south towards Florida to help. What's the turnaround time on something like that?
Well, it's going to depend. I mean, if the distribution system is up and running, it will go faster. I would tell people, you need to be planning for power outages for days to weeks. More rural areas may be harder to get to, areas with heavy damage. Even when the power comes on, people will have damage to their homes. They may not be able to have the power hooked up until they can make repairs. So this will be what we would call a long duration power outage. Some areas will come up quicker, some areas will take longer, but we're not going to know until the storm gets through how much damage there was to the grid and what's going to have to take place to start getting power back into these hard-hit areas.
Climate change is such a huge part of this, too. We're seeing storms get stronger and more powerful. We saw the rapid intensification specifically of this storm. That's not going away either.
Yeah, I mean, warmer water. I mean, this is the thing that we have seen is that these storms feed on the energy of the warmer water. So when you got warmer waters, and again, some of the record-setting events we're seeing, people will say, well, this is an individual event, but think of how many record-setting events we're having back-to-back. So we're seeing this, particularly with heavy rainfall. We're seeing the amplification of intensification, and these things are being measured. They're being reported. These are peer-reviewed panels. So it is causing that, it's probably hard to say it's causing the hurricane, but we are seeing things like rapid intensification and more extreme rainfall events.
What?
And there goes Craig in Gainesville for us. Craig Fugate, the FEMA head. We thank
him. He got flashbang too many times. He went dark.
Abrupt ending. But listen, that is what's happening when you've got this storm passing through. Power out.
Okay. He went out. He went out like that. Also, I just got to briefly just mention, the U.S. says they're absolutely not involved in the sabotage of Nord Stream pipeline. Senior U.S. military official tells Jen Griffin. Absolutely not. Please stop saying we did this. Okay? We definitely didn't do it, is what they're saying. Here, let's hear what Ron DeSantis has to say.
Some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked.
Why would the USA do this?
Will
Tunnel vision
likely,
much?
Be less.
I don't
in
know
the-
if they did
in the
it.
coming hours than it has been up.
But let's not act like they're not the one that gained the most out of this. Like, I don't know if they did it. I gotta repeat that, okay? But the way they're making it seem like they didn't do it is pretty funny.
Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this
Danny
nature.
Penguin with the
I think
50
at
big
landfall,
ones. What the
It's going to be
fuck?
behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is...
Not me, motherfucker. It's 86 and sunny out here.
And people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory...
Faustini is literally escaping with an ass hair away from being washed away from a Category 4 hurricane. And this dumb motherfucker is still in the chat writing the most idiotic shit. You can't escape a world in which everything is caused by the U.S., that we have this magical agency no one else has. It's sad how U.S.-centric this is. I'm sorry, man. I know that like your favorite bread tubers have, downplayed the American empire as though it's like this little baby thing that doesn't have like global hegemonic power. You know what I mean? I know, I get it. But like in every situation like this, there are people to gain and people that stand to lose. Okay. I don't know if America sabotaged the pipeline. Okay. But it sure is a hell of a lot. It sure seems a lot more likely that they did it than Russia did it to themselves. Sorry to tell you this. It might not be the case. Maybe Russia is so fucking crazy they just blew up their own pipelines because they are just on YOLO mode, okay? Maybe. But don't act like America hasn't done shit like this before. And also, on top of that, does not stand to gain the most from effectively, completely shutting off the mechanism for delivering further energy to Europe at a time when, like, in the winter... when they get desperate, they might go back on their original obligations to America. Okay? Also, the magical agency you're referencing is the trillions of dollars that we do in discretionary spending. Why are you acting like it's just this magical thing that the United States has? Why do you think we spend more than like the next 3 nations combined on our military, you fucking dingus? We do it so we can do shit like this. It's just so stupid. The U.S. only has 30% global GDP with bases all over the world after all, regardless if we're involved in the pipelines thing. Yeah. Like anyone that tries to sell you on the idea that this is just too far-fetched. This is a too far-fetched situation. Like America doesn't have that kind of power. You're fucking insane. You're a complete insane person. And this is coming from someone who doesn't know whether or not, and I've said time and time again since yesterday, I don't know if the United States is responsible for this. Okay, I don't know, and neither do you. But the only thing I do know is that I can look at who stands to gain from this and who stands to lose from it. Okay, and the likelihood that America did it is certainly a much higher likelihood than Russia doing it to themselves, considering that Russia has nothing to gain from it versus America has everything to gain from it. Everyone in Europa knows it is Russia. Russia has a lot to gain from it. Like what? Like what? It's because Russia has an obligatory contract with gas, which will be delayed due to that explosion. But like why? Why would Russia undermine its only fucking power that it has over Europe? That makes no sense. They have gas delivery obligations. Okay. Did they run out of gas? Is that why they're doing it? Like, I don't understand. Stop getting baited by NATO weirdos. It just seems so fucking weird that it's like you're coming up with like a million different reasons for as to why it might be Russia, when there's like pretty decent reasons why it could be America that are pretty obvious. Now, again, maybe Russia did do it. Okay, Putin is evil. That's true. Not only is he evil, but he's a fucking psycho. Both of those things are true. Not the brilliant tactician that people claim he is. He's certainly a fucking idiot. Okay. So maybe he did do that. But having said that, if you don't see who has the most to gain from blowing up Nord Stream 1 and 2, I don't know what to tell you. Another HasanAbi take on Russia's motives? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I know. I said that Putin is not, Putin is fucking mad and not insanely stupid. Or Putin is bad, not mad. He would never fucking invade Ukraine. That would be a gigantic fuck up for him, and they would get owned, which was correct, by the way. That assessment was correct. Was wrong, which means that he probably blew up his own pipelines, for sure. You're right. Why couldn't have Ukraine done it? Man, does Ukraine, when I say Ukraine does something, that doesn't mean Ukraine did it on their own. It means America did it. What, you think Ukraine has unmanned fucking water drones? No, they got it from NATO if they got it. And NATO is America.
Money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups. They can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster.
You are Maya Higa. You are NATO.
For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteer.
The funniest part about this is that like Joe Biden could literally come out and be like, we are going to blow up the pipelines like 2 months ago, right? He could have just been like, listen, Jack, we're going to do a Mac attack on the pipelines. And like the people would still in the chat be like, nah, dude, Russia probably did it. They stand the most to gain from this. Putin is the good one. We're brainwashed. You are brainwashed if you think Putin is the good one, but not in the way that you think you're brainwashed. No, there is no world in which Putin is the good one. Okay. Yeah, I know Brandon said something along those lines where he was like, listen, one way or the other, Nord Stream 2 and 1 are going down. He did say that. What's Faustini saying? He's like driving away from the hurricane, fucking going absolutely bananas in the car probably right now.
Northeastward through the state, and they are already planning for how they are going to respond once they can. You know, in a lot of places, people are calling 911 and help can't come right now. And the hurricane is still a Category 4, it just moved inland.
I had Putin is bad in like a big ass banner on my stream for like 2 months, and motherfuckers still were like, aha, a brilliant way to escape the you love Putin allegations. Like, I know you're being critical of Vladimir Putin right now, but I bet that's because you secretly have an underlying love for him. And also, every single one of those fucking supposedly lefty people who are like unironic leftist grifters, who are no longer even leftist and have openly stated that they're MAGA communists now, okay? All those motherfuckers are now right-wing, and all those guys hate me. So how do you live with that? How do you make sense of that? All the guys that actually do like Putin fucking hate me because they say I'm a NATO cuck, or I'm a simp for NATO and I've betrayed the working class. I don't think Russia is beating these allegations. Oh no. Okay, I was wrong. You know, I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong, okay? Pulling a I have black friends argument. Weird, but okay. Wait, what? What? I have a what? That one broke my brain. That I don't even know how to respond to that. What? Go in the drop this in the ocean southeast of the Danish island of Bornholm and see what happens. No! No, you can't do that. This is fake. I did not drop this in the ocean southeast of the Danish island of Bornholm to see what happens. Chat, you're in a rookie hole right now. Pretty clear now that it was indeed U.S. that sabotaged Nord Stream. This country is saying, we don't care how badly civilians suffer this winter as long as we can pursue our geostrategic goals. The U.S. remains the greatest force of chaos and destruction in the world today. For stuff like this, we'll never get any smoking gun evidence. Check my previous thread. There's a link to another pretty damning thread of what I personally would call sufficient evidence. I mean, it doesn't, like, for the record, like, there is no evidence right now. You can only look at motivation. The only evidence that it was explosives, right? It was seismic shifts or a seismic disturbance that is akin to an explosion, right? Where were you during the US UUV exercise? I was not here. Getting distracted by stuff that doesn't matter. I believe XQC mentioned it first and Hasan caught onto it. No, we just say anything and everything is the rookie hole. So, I don't know, maybe the Ukraine-Russia conflict started in the early hundreds after the first Kiev Rus state after succession. So maybe this is thousands-year-long thing and had little to do with really us. See, Ukraine can't do anything in your view. They are just us, just as puppet. I'm in Pinellas, by the way, not West Palm Beach. Also, I don't hate you. You're needed if social democracy will ever happen here in the United States. Brother, the Ukraine-Russia conflict, of course, is much longer than America's involvement in it because America didn't fucking exist. It's not something that I, refuse to recognize. As a matter of fact, time and time again, I have said that the Ukrainian nation building project unironically hinges on escaping Russia's fucking clutches. Like, it's an entire country with 44 million. How many times have I said this? Ukraine, a nation state with 44 million people whose nation building project hinges on, like, hating Russia and not being a part of Russia, is of course going to have resentment towards Russia. Understandable resentment, as a matter of fact. This is something that I have mentioned time and time again. But what we're referencing here has nothing to do with that. Like, you just drop that in because you are so fucking desperate to, like, change the conversation away from, again, who has what to gain in a circumstance where you're blowing up a multi-billion-dollar fucking pipeline. You think it could have been Ukraine? I don't think Ukraine has the capabilities to do this on its own. Literally everyone on any side of Russia-Ukraine argument talks about it in the most bad faith ways, Law. I don't think I'm bad faith at all. I understand the emancipatory need of Ukrainians, okay? I believe in it. I get it. I think it's a totally understandable desire. I recognize it. I admit that it's correct. Like, there's no circumstance in which I'm like, nah, fuck Ukraine. Like, they need to absolutely be a part of Russia. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Even though no matter what people try to claim my positions are, that's not my position. That's why they always bring up Ukrainian Cyprus. I think the DART rocket launch was a cover-up for the pipeline sabotage. Yeah. America and social democracy. Yeah, that's not happening anyway. Russia 100% did it to draw internal support. Blah, 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 blah. Have you given your take on the annexation referendums? Yeah, I think it's bullshit. And the way to have avoided that was the Minsk agreement, which was seen as unfavorable by Ukrainians at the time, but it would have been better off than this bullshit sham that they're conducting. The way to avoid the top of the hour ad break, however, is not by taking on the Minsk agreement, but by subscribing. The subscription agreement. For $5 or for free, you can subscribe to this broadcast and avoid the top of the hour ad break. Okay? That's right. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. You can make your own luck, though, if you're not lucky. You know what I'm saying? By subscribing. Anyway, top of the hour ad break is upon us. Regardless, here's the 1 minute ad break now. Minsk is in Belarus, puppet of Russia, so okay. Who cares? Look at the agreement itself, the terms and conditions of said agreement, which was also conducted not by just Russia and Ukraine, but other parties involved in the negotiations process, European parties, would have been a far more favorable deal if, that is, of course, if we assume that Russia was going to follow on their end. How come you never mentioned Twitch Turbo for the ad breaks? Bitch, you think I want to give a single fucking direct dollar to Twitch? What are you, crazy? I don't give a fuck. Yeah, dude, pay more money to the fucking platform that decided, like, last week that, they're just going to take more money for the Twitch streamers.
We'll have more coming up. We'll see you
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
My dick, Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo going to suck my cock. I don't even tell you to buy Amazon Prime. I tell you to literally steal it from your parents. Like, everybody and their fucking mama has a Amazon Prime. Use that to connect to your Twitch account. And you get one free Prime subscription a month.
The back of this eye wall hitting Florida as we speak. A super destructive, very dangerous phase in this Category 4 storm. You see the track. It's just shy of a Cat 5. The fifth most powerful storm measured by wind speed to ever hit the U.S., 155 miles an hour. And look at what's happening live right now. You are looking at a split screen here of Punta Gorda, Florida, and the south end of the Skyway Bridge in Tampa Bay. The rain is intense. It is coming down in sheets. Look at that one camera. It is barely hanging on. Here in Naples, check this out. Cars basically underwater, right?
Didn't we just watch this? Are they like replaying it now? They're playing the hits.
Large area under a flash flood warning. So that's why I say lowest dry level, most interior room. And the rain. One
of the weirdest things about Florida is like half of the fucking places in Florida have the same names as Los Angeles or California. It just like weirds me out.
Side, there's no reason you want to be out and about in this, and the rainfall totals are really adding up on this side of the storm. Radar estimates, over
like Inglewood,
and this
Hollywood,
is
Venice,
toward places like
calm down, bro. Get your own shit.
On the far northwest side
Orange
of all
County,
this, we've got some strong winds in the Tampa Bay area. Look at St. Petersburg gusting over 70 miles per hour, and we have the eye of this system that has moved completely inland, and it's losing a little bit of its definition, but it's going to take a long time for this system to die down. And one thing I want to highlight when we talk about the flood risk that we're dealing with, We saw that big area under the flash flood warning, and we've got tonight through tomorrow morning high risk of very significant flooding. And that
I know Florida was first. I don't give a shit. That's my answer. California is better than Florida, so.
In Central Florida, Chris Bruin, in Sarasota, you've got the strong winds. You're gusting 70, 80 miles an hour.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Another flash flood warning.
So I hope people understand that even though you're not on the strongest side of the hurricane, it's no picnic with the wind, and you're
they're like bummed he's not dying. I know you're on the shitty side. You're on the bitch-made side of the fucking hurricane, but
location, Dr. Nab, I saw a total of 14 inches near Venice. So we're getting to that double-digit rainfall total, especially with that band that Steph has been in.
I gotta pee again, boys. Goddamn.
4 hours now in Inglewood. You had rainfall rates there between 3 inches per hour and even more. So that's what we're dealing with. That's stayed just to our south. We may miss that, but it's going to be interesting to see how things kind of evolve as this all becomes off towards the northeast and kind of interacts with land and maybe spreads out some of that moisture off towards the north. Also, remember that front that came in that's carrying this off towards the northeast. That's also going to have an impact on how much rain we get with the overall total of Hurricane Ian. While the winds are less, see these benches right here? Okay, so I'm going to walk over here really quick. They're bolted to the ground with 4 bolts, okay? And they're heavy. These benches are heavy. So look down this way. We noticed this in the last 20 minutes. We heard this loud bang. We got a bench literally flipped and came dragging down part of the street here. We also got a trash can that got flipped. Again, so things that are heavy, but that can become projectiles is to get these strong wind gusts. But overall, the buildings are held really well. We haven't seen any structural issues. I mean, I'm even shocked a lot of these awnings are in good shape. So no issues there. No street flooding, at least at this vantage point. This is Main Street, Lakewood Ranch, which is part of Sarasota and Brayton.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Sarasota, you know where we're at, right along I-75. We're out of the surge zone, and that was why we came here, because our hotel got evacuated. So that's something that we're watching. Really quickly, I want to come over on this side and just kind of show you. We are noticing a slight shift in the wind direction. And if I take you to the backside of this street, and this is just an empty parking lot, but there's a big lake here, man-made lake that has white caps on it, and you get a little bit more exposure here of the winds, and you can kind of see just how strong some of these are when you get into these more open areas. And I'm noticing a lot of the storm drains right here. A lot of these storm drains starting to get clogged, and as they get clogged, they build up water.
This is fucking awesome, dude. This type of shit is so sick. When I say this was the roughest flight of my career so far, I mean it. I've never seen the bunks come out like that. There was coffee everywhere. I've never felt such lateral motion. This is aboard Kermit this morning into Hurricane Ian. Please stay safe out there. Bro, that's some white boy activity right there, dude. Shouts out to the crazy white boys, okay? I have flown storms over the last 6 years. This flight to Hurricane Ian on Kermit was the worst I've been on. I've never seen so much lightning in an eye. This was the eye. You can see the curvature. Understand, this is at night. The light is from lightning. At night, it looks like that dude's room. Yeah, these guys fly into the middle of the fucking tornado, in the middle of the hurricanes. Absolutely wild. All of this on the eye, which we circled for some time to deploy the UAS, the uncrewed aerial system, a high-end Cat 4 storm, nearly Cat 5. All of this at 8,000 feet above the ocean. I'm glad we did only one pass. Look at that. Did you do one pass because of the storm intensity, or only one pass to sample other parts of the storm and or for the UAS? The former primarily.
Has him.
Where does the UAS land after its mission? The water. That's pretty cool. Door bursts open from the storm surge. Door buckled from the wave crashing into it. This happened to my husband. He is okay. Lost his shoes. Yeah, he lost his shoes. GG's. He had the Travis Scott shoes on, I heard. Bro, that's fucking insane. That's terrifying shit, dude. Anyway, here, let's take a look at the inside of the plane.
Oh, there goes the signs. There goes the feds. Holy cow.
Dude, imagine flying a plane into a hurricane, dude. I'm getting fucking shivers thinking about it. Like absolute bananas, dude. Especially when you think about how heavy that plane is from the mountainous, gigantic, bulbous fucking balls that every single person has in the plane. That's crazy that the plane is able to carry the metric ton of ball sack inside of it, okay? These guys are doing super important work, though. Actual heroes. Yeah, I know.
You got it coming out of this.
He said, you wouldn't want to do storm chaser shit. I'm light skinned and I'd fucking do that. Absolutely not, dude. Absolutely not. Okay. Nope. I'm too Turkish for that shit, I think. No shot. I'm not touching that with a fucking 20-foot pole. You do you, okay? Said I'm light skinned, I'd do that. No shot, dude. I'm white as fuck. If you say light skinned, you're racist. Okay, Mr. Pro Russia over here, like maybe don't involve yourself in you know, black affairs if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is why you don't have your C word card? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I need to do like fucking, I need to like jump out of an airplane or something so that Twitch won't ban me for saying the C word. The reason why these guys are flying through this hurricane, by the way, and they do it all every time, is because you need to gather data. You need to gather data. You need to, you know, set a flight path. You need to like figure out exactly what the wind speeds are. That's the reason why they do it. They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it because, you know, do you really though? Yeah, motherfucker. What do you mean? Do you really though? Yeah, you do. Yes. Throw some sensors outside. Yo, people are so funny. They're like, yeah, just chuck it, dude. Just chuck it in the air while the fucking hurricane is already there. How do you think we're able to literally map out the fucking flight path with exact like speed and you know, wind gushing and water levels rising, all that shit? How do you think we figure that shit out? You think motherfuckers do this? I don't understand it, brother. Pick up some shit from the ground and just spread it. See which way the wind blows. I don't get it. Just do this. Lick my thumb and put it on the air.
On Twitter, you can use Google Maps and see the hurricane from above.
That's how I figure it. My uncle cousin, he's got a bad ass, okay? He's got a broken ass bone. Starts hurting every time rain's about to come down yonder, okay? So we go to him. We call him Uncle Ass. Hey, Uncle Ass, is there going to be a hurricane? Depending on the pain from 0 to 10, he'll tell you how bad it's going to be. It's going to be a category 10, we call it. Is that that's how we used to do it?
Storm surge because the bay has gone out into the Gulf. If I were to show you down there.
Okay, we already saw this. They're on repeat mode. Okay, now that we did all this, here, let's finish this, and then I'll talk about how America certainly was not involved. That's so sick. These dudes are so sick. Dude, look at the lightning. Look at the lightning. Look. That's in the middle of the night, by the way. Look. Look. Watch. Do you see that? Look at the lightning, dude. The red is not the fucking... No, I'm not talking about the red beacons, dude. I'm talking about the fucking actual lightning, man. Y'all are so stupid. Obviously, the lightning is not red, you dumbass chatters. I'm talking about the fucking lightning. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why are you like this? Why are you so... They have to have faith in you if they thought you meant red. They have no faith in me. Yeah, exactly. No, that's just... No, chat loves like catching me slipping, okay? That's what it is. The more I gear them up with top of the hour ad break debates, the more they want to like viciously try to catch me off guard. And that's what it is. That's why they go, oh man, like... Yeah, we're good. Are you? Oh, here's Joe Brandon, by the way. Let's get to some other stuff while we're in between our storm chasing coverage.
So many of you know so much about this as well, and you're committed. And I want to thank all of you here for including bipartisan elected officials like Representative Governor, Senator Braun, Senator Booker, Representative Jackie. Are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was.
Representative Jackie Walorski died in a car accident in August.
She was going to be here. I didn't think she was going to be here to help make this. And so many of you.
He's talking to ghosts, man. He knows.
Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
What the fuck does that even mean? The hurricane guy tweeted about you? Shut the fuck up. Please stop talking about balls in any form. Please and thank you. There ain't no way this guy saw what I had to... No shot. 253? No, I said balls right after he had said that. Get your balls off my face, dude. He's a juicer, dude. He's a juicer. He's not a fan of mine. He's a fucking juicer. Yeah, if he says hurricussy, if he says please stop talking about hurricussy, that's how you know. No, that is the guy. That was the guy that we were watching. Get your balls off my face, did. Get your balls off my face, did. So Brandon is old. Breaking news. That video is unavailable. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, let's talk about the sabotage and of course lack thereof. Because no sabotage occurred. I just want to point out, oh, fuck, I forgot this one. Hold on. Before we get to the no sabotage on Nord Stream. Where he going? Where's he going? What the dog doing? No, where is he going? Where could he be going, dude? He's like, peace. He said, no, I'm good. He's just vibing, dude.
8 months pog.
You know where he's going? Florida Valhalla, also known as Margaritaville, where Kid Rock is always doing a concert, okay? That's where he's going. Florida Valhalla. Rest in peace. He's collecting data? Like what? He's on his way to repair the pipeline. Here's proof you don't need to fly through a storm to get the pathing. Yeah, exactly. You just need a Sharpie. That's how his father died when the jet ski dealership was passed down to him. Now it's his turn. Okay. All right. So, do we have a good, hold on. Let me see if there's like a good video to watch on this fucking issue. The whole. What is this? Zelensky says, congratulations to Giorgia Meloni and his party on winning the election. We appreciate Italy's continued support for Ukraine and the fight against Russian aggression. We're counting on a fruitful collaboration with the new Italian government. Vanya says, Eurovanya says, delete. A lot of people are asking you to delete. It's triggering for so many people. There are people that faint and feel sick. Please, I'm begging you to delete it. Delete posts right now. It's forbidden and illegal in many countries to post something like that. People are crying. There's no way that's real, dude. This is a parody account, right? This is like an all-timer. It's kind of like fucking Grimes. Grimes replying to Elon Musk. You stand for love, not hate. Zelensky, this isn't you. Everyone's asking you to delete this. Oh, that's funny. I just came on top of a palm tree here in Orlando and was disappointed when the wind did not carry it back to hit me in the face. What the fuck, HasanAbi? This is not what you said would have happened. I'm sorry, man. If you're on top of a palm tree in Punta Gorda right now, stay in line, okay? If you're holding onto the palm tree with one hand and viciously jerking off as you are in the eye of the storm with the other hand, with the hopes that you will climax as soon as the back walls of Hurricane Ian hit you in the face, hold the line. Stay in line. You are Maya Higa, okay? Just keep coming. Don't stop coming.
Here, but winds are still fierce. One thing that's helped us out, I think, is that the rain has let up a little bit. It's just light rain mixed in with some high winds.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Sarasota, but here in Lakewood Ranch, the main street, we've got power.
Okay, hold on. That's Florida. That's Florida behavior. What do you mean? Again, another one for the Florida Valhalla. He's going to Valhalla. Imagine if that's the first time people are joining the broadcast. I mean, dude, that's a perfect way to welcome people into the broadcast because, like, there's a reason why people watch me cover fucking world news, okay? Because, like, you're still going to get, like, the CNN, NBC coverage. Like, we're still going to look at all that shit, okay? But also, on top of that, On top of that, you're going to get the insane things that I'm saying. You know what I mean? Hasan, look at your future wife in a bathtub. Is that the Dua Lipa photo again? Stop! 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 I don't want to see it, dude. I need to like literally click away without looking at it. Stop. Why? Why are you sending this to me? Why? Why are you sending? I can't see. I can't. I've seen too much. I've seen it too much. Fuck. Guys. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibility. Okay? Stop it. I don't understand why you do this. I don't understand why you do this. Oh, okay, dude. Dua Lipa is mid. That's a week off for you. Thank you. Okay. I'm already Albanian, dude. I'm already Albanian to my fucking bones. Okay? What more do you want from me? Stop. An Albanian nationalist? No, I'm an Albanian ultra-nationalist, okay? I make Albanian nationals look like they're woke globalists, okay? I'm doing the fucking wolf sign, but for Albania. The glorious Albanian Empire and what it could have been. Anyway, can you translate this ancient Albanian sign language for me? No. Okay. Where the fuck were we? Oh, I was gonna pull out the wait, what? Oh, that's dumb. I just didn't mean it like that. Shut up! I didn't mean it like that. Look. I got Dua Lipa Dua Lipa photo on the mind, okay? We watched this yesterday. The Nord Stream pipeline leaks raised suspicions of sabotage. We already watched this yesterday. I wonder if they have more, though. DW News. Home buyers pay price for China's property meltdown. Another step in Russia's energy war. Let's take a look at.
Say sabotage is responsible for leaks on the Nord Stream pipelines that are sending plumes of gas into the Baltic Sea. Scientists recorded undersea explosions around the lines connecting Russia and Germany. Though,
how does it make you feel that someone took that Dua Lipa photo? Wish it were you, huh? It's all good, man. I took one of your mom last night, so. Why? Why do you got to say that? Why are you trying to hurt me? What is this? Why can this relationship not be back and forth with mutual respect? Why does it have to be you trying to hurt my feelings? Okay? We're in this together. Do you understand? You and I are in proximity as far away from Dua Lipa as we could be physically. Okay? We have the same proximity to Dua Lipa, and you're over here slinging shit at me. Why are you doing that? Every time you sling the caca my direction, okay, you're slinging it back in your own face.
there are no claims of responsibility. Poland says the leaks marked an escalation in the war in Ukraine. A Kremlin spokesman said it would be stupid and absurd to blame Russia for the attack.
But European news agencies alongside the American State Department are like, well, call me a fucking idiot then.
fuel spilling out into the Baltic Sea.
I think this is a great story because it just shows, like, no matter what happens at this point, like, they'll just be like, nah, Russia did it to themselves. Like, someone could fucking drop a nuke in the middle of Moscow and they'd be like, Russia actually nuked itself to gain sympathy from the rest of the world. When, like, no one is going to afford them any sympathy. Why the fuck would anyone be sympathetic to them? They're psychotic. The Russian government is insane. The actions are unacceptable.
The EU's top diplomat, Joseph Borrell, says...
You and Tucker Carlson finally agree on something? Yeah, I mean, Tucker Carlson's a fucking absolute psychotic, somewhat pro-Russia weirdo, okay? There's a difference between what I'm saying and what Tucker Carlson is saying. What I'm saying is, this makes no fucking sense. We have to look at who stands to gain the most from this and who stands to lose the most.
The likely act of sabotage. The two Nord Stream pipelines link Russia and Germany. 3 red dots mark the places where the leaks were detected. Even though the pipelines are not currently delivering Russian gas to Europe, they're still full of fuel. Up to 100 million cubic meters of gas is spewing from the pipelines every hour. With no way of closing them, the leaks could continue until the pipes are empty. European leaders say they're fairly certain about the cause of the leaks.
We have Swedish intelligence, but we also have received information from Denmark. And based on this, we concluded that this is probably a deliberate act. It is probably a case of sabotage.
At least, like, everyone's in agreement that it's sabotage. Like, we're not even at the stage where we're looking at this and going, like, maybe it was natural. You know what I mean? Maybe it was naturally occurring. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just happened to happen on both 1 and 2. You know what I mean? Like, it's just...
Det är alltså troligen en fråga om ett sabotage.
The Kremlin has also suggested foul play.
No option can be ruled out right now. It's clear that there is damage to the pipeline. We can't exclude any version of events regarding the reason for this before the results of the official investigation.
The EU has vowed retaliation for any attack on the energy network.
The funniest part is, so let's assume it was America. What happens when other countries prove it? Exactly. That's the funniest part. People coming out and being like, when we figure out who fucking did this, we're going to be so mad at you. Yeah, right, dude? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to be mad? Let's say you find out it's America. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. You're not going to do shit. What are you going to do? Literally nothing, okay? Even if you had complete, conclusive evidence, like you're like, well, we found the remnants of the unmanned drone that hit both of the fucking pipelines, and it says, made in the USA, you are my best friend, you are the receiver, you are the legend, okay? You are the defender, you are the legend, on the fucking unmanned drone, okay? The water drone. What happens? What are you going to do? What are you going to fucking abolish NATO? You're going to disband NATO? You are the peacekeeper. Sorry, I fucked it up. The most you would do is like pull a France and be like, oh, we are so mad. We do not want to put our military in the NATO any longer. And then, you know, suck it up again. They will write a strongly worded press release. Yeah, exactly. If it says made in the USA, then it's a Chinese operation. We don't make shit. No, the only thing we do make is weapons, brother. That's why when you have like random fucking riots in other countries and the cops are using like less than lethal weapons and shit, and some of those explosives blow up, but you have remnants of it and you look at it and it's like made in fucking Pennsylvania. You're like, how the fuck did this happen? How did this get there? Because America makes the weapons. That's the one thing we do make. What about the idea it's Ukrainian militants unaccountable to no one? The idea that like Ukrainian militants are unaccountable to no one is a really funny one. I'll be honest with you. Like, what do you mean? Ukraine in like 2014 had like a 8-person military, okay? Everything that has happened with respect to the current Ukrainian defense, current Ukrainian defense force, all the way from the weapons, all the way to the training, all the way to like them being able to use like a fucking drone to drop one of Russia's carriers. Every single part of that is American, okay? Every single part of that, the training, everything else is American. The guns are American. The training is American. There's no world in which like the Ukrainian military or the Ukrainian government is doing this on their own. Okay? Not. It's NATO. And NATO is America.
Work. The leaks are expected to last for at least another week, and only then can investigations begin.
Earlier, we spoke to Tor Ivar Strømmen from the Royal Norwegian Naval Academy. I asked him if there was any evidence of sabotage on the Nord Stream pipelines.
First of all, the distance between the leaks and that there were explosions near the pipelines and so on, both indicates that this is not a accident. This is something which was planned and conducted by humans in order to destruct those pipelines.
Now, this happened in the Baltic Sea, not far from the island of Bornholm. There's quite a bit of traffic out there, maritime traffic. How difficult would it be to carry out such attacks in those locations without being detected?
Actually, fairly easy, as so those explosives could have been placed there weeks and months or even years beforehand. And a ship could just...
I can't take anyone with this beard shape seriously. He could literally be saying whatever right now, and I'd be like, he could be like, we need to restore a global communist order, and I'd be like, no shot. Nope. Brother, you woke up
2 months sub now.
you woke up every morning for like 2-3 years. You grew that shit out. You cut the middle part so it sticks out like this. And then you cut the sides off too. That's crazy.
Stopped over the position maybe 2 months ago. Sent out a remote operated vehicle, a mini submarine or something, placed those explosives and left. So,
you think there's a possibility that America did it though? Yeah, of course there is. What? Yes. There is a possibility that America or American involved people, America adjacent groups did this. Yes. There is a likelihood that I would say is even higher than the likelihood that Russia did it to itself.
So later they could detonate those.
You are actually brain dead, little bro. No, you're right, Jim Helper 223. I'm brain dead.
Explosives by radio signal or by timing or any other means. So it's fairly easy to conduct such an operation.
Is there any indication as to who might be behind the attacks, if that's what they were?
You say Russia.
I would not say indications, but it's highly likely, in my opinion, that it's Russia, basically for two reasons. One is...
Yeah, everybody in unison, collectively, is like, it's most likely Russia. Insane to me.
That this is a way to make sure that they cannot be pressured in any way to deliver gas to Nord Stream to Germany again. They have obligations, legal obligations to provide gas. They have now stopped providing that gas to first.
So people in the chat said this, but I don't understand. And I'm saying this genuinely. Why would they do this? Like, why? Gas and the energy is the only thing that's stopping everyone from fucking long dicking them, which, you know, people are still long dicking them regardless. Why would they blow up their delivery mechanism? Now, the delivery mechanism that they're not even using at the moment, but one that they could use and one that they've built so they can use. It doesn't make sense. This And the fact that people are like, do not let Russians escaping forced conscription into your countries are the two things that I cannot comprehend why the Western world, which is supposedly anti-Russia, is unironically advocating for. Those are two things I cannot comprehend. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why? It's literally just like, it doesn't make sense. You have no idea how much insane stuff they're doing without any reason. They blow up residential buildings, Iranian drones every day in my city. No one has any fucking idea why law. No, that part of it is brutal for the sake of brutality, so they can fucking do terrorism. What that is a very specific purpose. Terrorism has a very specific goal. Enact terror upon a broader population that you can easily or try to easily suppress. Okay? That's what that is. That is brutal. That's horrific. Just like fucking, I don't know, executing people that you've like handcuffed and shit. Horrific, brutal terrorism, but it's done for a specific purpose. And that is to straight up put the fear into the enemy's hearts. Strike at their hearts, strike and show that like even civilian casualties are something that they're totally on board with. Hasan is focusing on the effects of the U.S. versus others who are talking about agency. This is leading to misunderstandings. If Russia can irrationally attack Ukraine, why can't they irrationally blow up their own pipeline? Because everyone, including people who disagreed with my original take, which was wrong, by the way, obviously, as we all know, we're living in the future now, understood that like there is still geopolitical interest within Russia to overtake Ukraine or dominate Ukraine or to maintain control over Ukraine. There is no real reason for blowing up their own pipeline. Again, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It just doesn't make any sense to me, okay? It does not make any sense to me whatsoever. But maybe they did it. Maybe they blew up their own pipeline. Now, the reason why it doesn't make sense to me is because it is their pressure valve. Like, you have to look at who stands to gain from this. And Russia's gains would be either marginal, non-existent, or they could have done similar, like, pressure points. They could have pushed for similar pressure points by blowing up Nord Stream 1, for example. If they blew up just one and not two, all of a sudden you're like, well, we got to use Nord Stream 2 to deliver energy. Like, you know what I mean? Why'd they blow both of them up? That makes no sense. The fact that they blew both of them up makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Anyway, so he's saying they're now no longer going to deliver gas, but that is their pressure point. That is the leverage that they have over the European Union, the European countries. So let's hear what the second one is, okay?
Saying that they have also delay in maintenance of some turbines and pump systems. Then from August on, with reference to maintenance of the gas lines, and now they have been destroyed, so they cannot deliver, which makes them look innocent, but still they are behind it. So they don't say that they are using energy as a weapon, but they are really doing it, and everyone knows. But as long as they don't say it.
Okay, but they're already fucked up. They're already evil. You know what I mean? Like, they're already bad. Everyone knows they're bad. No one in Germany's like, maybe Russia is good. No. Everybody knows they're bad. They just still have to get energy from them. So Russia could literally turn around and be like, we're not going to fulfill our contracts. We're not going to give you the energy, motherfucker. We're going to turn off the pipelines regardless. Instead of blowing it up, they could be like, we're not going to fucking give you the gas. Oh, no. Wait, what did I say? They probably rather want to sell the gas to the Taliban? Wait, what? No. Do they even have the tech to pull this shit off? Yes. No, that's not. Yeah, dude, it's a fucking unmanned a drone. Like, it's like an unmanned drone missile thing that you can just fucking torpedo. That part is not that surprise. Like, that is definitely something that Russia could do to itself. I'm not talking about whether they have the capability to do so. I'm talking about whether or not they have anything to gain from this. EU far right loves Russia. Same goes for Germany. Okay, but that's the far right, man. That's bananas. We're not talking about that. We're talking about governments. Governments that are beholden to Russia currently in Europe because they're getting their energy from Russia. You get it? Like, the reality is that no matter what happens, they still hold the power. So they can do the pressure. They can do the pressure without actually blowing shit up. Their own shit. But they literally signed a deal with the Taliban. News are like 24 hours old or so max. Doesn't make sense for Russia, but it can make sense for Putin if there's internal power struggle, division. Okay, at that point, we are doing Joker mode foreign policy. And once again, not looking at other actors and what they stand to benefit. America doesn't want Nord Stream to be there. Okay? They don't want it. They've openly stated it. They want to be able to sell LPG liquid. The liquefied like version of the natural gas, whatever, the ones that they send over with ships. Germany is already LNG, sorry, not LPG. Germany is already setting up facilities for it. They're supposed to be in operation by next year. That is a direct competitor to Russia sending in energy. So, there are clear motivations here. Liquefied natural gas, LNG. LPG is else. Or it could be internal even. It's a controversial pipeline for anyone who doesn't like the dependence on Russia, USA. They could literally use it to cause issues between the U.S. and EU. As U.S. backs Ukraine and all the Russians go to EU areas, it will cause more issues benefiting Russia. So Russia and U.S. both have reasons to sabotage the pipeline. Russia's reasons for sabotaging its own pipeline would still end up with Russia fucking up their own multi-billion-dollar pipeline, their operation that took many, many years to build. The United States has nothing to lose and everything to gain from blowing up the pipelines. Russia has everything to lose and very, very little to gain if you try to fucking figure out a way in which, there was no other way out of this. Like, there's no other way to focus on internal conflict in Putin's world than to blow up his own pipeline. Like, that's fucking nuts. Especially when, like, their leverage is the existence of those very same pipelines, which is one other delivery mechanism.
It disguises what they are actually doing.
And no, it's not possible that it wasn't sabotage, but it was a couple of Russian workers who forgot to tighten some bolts, bro. That's not how that works. There are ways to monitor the seismic activity, which they did, and it's consistent with like explosions. So
when they have also the other part of it is the as long as they don't say it, it disguises what they are actually doing. So when they have also the other part of it is the great power competition and the great strategic.
False flags are when you blow up a fucking when you blow up a civilian building and like pin it on the Chechens, okay, the Chechens. False flags are not when you fucking destroy your potentially trillion-dollar leverage, which is like one of the only things that is keeping you afloat, just as a YOLO move, just because they're like, oh man, we just couldn't deliver the gas to you guys, especially when they weren't even using those pipelines to begin with as much. Not at Nord Stream 2, not at all.
point of it. As Russia only have two really powerful tools to influence its negotiation position versus the West, versus Ukraine, and so on. Those are military power, which have failed to a large degree, and its energy.
Sorry.
And by demonstrating this, sorry,
just we don't have that much time. I just wanted to ask you how investigators will go about determining what happened to those pipelines, and how long do you think that might take?
It's very hard to say. Obviously, they will do an investigation much like the police are doing when we have a terror bomb or something on shore. They will try to find remnants of explosives or any other sign of what's...
But he's desperately trying to gain support for the war. The false flag scenario makes perfect sense here. Bro, why wouldn't he fucking blow up an apartment building in the middle of Moscow and say the Ukrainians did it then? Hello? There's like 100 different things he could have done if he wanted to do a fucking false flag. Like things that Vladimir Putin may or may not have done when he was rising to power. Play that one again. You know, he did it once. Why couldn't he do it again? This time saying Ukrainians actually did it. Like, what are you saying? Because of people like you making sense of it? Wait, what? They would never do. So people like you end up defending it because that would be too insane, lol? Okay, yeah, he's cunning. So cunning that he... Here's what's really fucking annoying about having this conversation with people, okay? Here's what's really fucking annoying about having this conversation with people. People are literally saying Vladimir Putin is a 5D chessman, okay? Who's somehow thinking about me and what I have to say about this, but also so fucking stupid that he blew up his own multi-billion-dollar operation. Like, it's both at the same time. He's both the most cunning man and also the most stupid man. Both at the same time. He's like thinking 7 steps ahead always. I mean, there's probably an easier answer for this. You know what I mean?
Have going on down there and conduct a full investigation. The problem now is to actually get access, considering that it's still a very dangerous operational area with all that gas coming out. The gas is dangerous.
Meanwhile, like, that pipeline isn't that important anymore. A lot of countries are cutting as much down on it as they can. Brother, that pipeline was going to look real fucking sweet when winter came around, though. Okay? And energy prices were going bananas. Okay? That's the point. That legit sounds like those people who think they're being gang stalked when they talk about Putin. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Your takes are so insane. How could the USA have done it? It's most probably Russia who did it themselves. Like, you run the ads and blame the chatters for not subscribing? Fuck you. Like, Russia has done a lot of fucked up shit, okay? Russia has done a lot of fucked up shit, including invading Ukraine to begin with. That's both bananas and insane and fucked up at the same time, okay? Putin has, time and time again, overextended throughout this entire operation. And then, when he got fucking owned, turned around and been like, oh man, we were just doing this on purpose. We actually didn't want to take Kyiv. We were just bombing the Western Front for no reason. We just always wanted the Eastern Front. We just wanted to occupy further territories in the East. Like, we just did it on purpose. It was a tactical retreat. It's not a war. It's not a war. It's not a war. All of those things are true and valid, okay? Those things are fucking insane. But overextending and getting your shit pushed in by an enemy that is better geared to fight back against you as a consequence of like NATO involvement is entirely different than like destroying your own singular multi-billion-dollar form of leverage right before the winter. Like right before the winter as well. Like right before European countries were going to be like, oh, maybe we do want to use Nord Stream a little bit. Like maybe just a little bit of
Donkeys.
gas. You know what I mean? Because prices are way too high. And when people say, again, couldn't it be a Ukraine 200 IQ move? The Ukraine 200 IQ move would still be America. That's what I'm saying. When I say America, I mean like NATO, okay? Chilltown Rios, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way. Thank you for the 10 gifted at the top of the hour, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. I got you baited earlier. Got to run it. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
For humans, ships can actually sink if they get gas in the water mass beneath it. And there too, there is a large...
You're talking like Putin is the only Russian choice. It's possible an internal faction to destroy any leverage Putin has to force more pressure on him to give in. Okay, you just made that up. 1. 2, you're implying that there's an internal faction that is powerful enough to conduct an operation like this without Vladimir Putin coming in and like executing them. And that is still the exact opposite, because that would still be an America aligned or against Putin and therefore a NATO backed or on the side of NATO institution. Whether they are literally directly communicating with NATO, that faction would still be fundamentally or functionally, not fundamentally, functionally on the side of NATO. So again, even in an effort to try to justify it without saying Putin did it, okay, and coming up with a different conspiracy theory, you're still saying what I'm saying, which is that it makes no sense that Russia would do it on its own to itself. Putin is definitely cranking up the pressure on Europe on the one thing they can via leverage energy costs before winter. It's why he purposely struck power plants in Ukraine and now potentially another pipeline in Crimea. Yes, but those make sense. Okay? This isn't a pipeline that's going through Ukraine either, by the way. This is a pipeline that they fucking built with European partners. That's my point. That's like, why wouldn't they just cut off the other ones, dude? What the fuck? The ones that Ukraine is even holding on to on purpose. Ukraine has made an argument time and time again as to why they want to maintain the Russian pipelines, because like it's literally it's protection for them almost.
Danger of an explosion. So first they have to isolate the incident, stop the gas leak, and then they can go down and start investigating in proper.
Okay, a dangerous, complex situation. Commander Tor Ivar Stormen of the Royal Norwegian Naval Academy, thanks for talking with us.
It's not about using a little bit. Germany still agreed to use Nord Stream 1 and did pay it full, but Russia constantly reduced the gas till they entirely stopped it and used BS tech arguments that they were disproven by the company who made the machines. But I agree that they would have more from this if it were just Nord Stream 1 and not also 2, but let's not fully drop the idea that it might be Russia. Yeah, I mean, look, if they blew up 1, they could just be like, well, guess we got to use 2 now. You know what I mean? They blew up both. Why the fuck would they build it? I don't know. It doesn't fit in my brain. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I don't like Vladimir Putin, but I'm too stupid, I guess, to understand the five-head expert chess players play moves from Vladimir Putin.
No problem.
My colleague Chapanda Chimbelu has been following this.
Why isn't eco-terrorism a more realistic theory? Because eco-terrorists don't have unmanned drone capabilities, man. What? Why do you think everyone is saying this is definitely a state actor? Eco-terrorism is when your hippie fucking grandma runs into a nuclear facility and glues her fucking hand to the door. Eco-terrorism isn't when an unmanned drone strikes a fucking pipeline in the bottom of the ocean. What the fuck? It's like water protectors are considered eco-terrorists. You think this is Cowboy Bebop, motherfucker? What do you mean? I said eco-terrorism.
Story. Here's his assessment of what this alleged attack means for energy markets.
The leaks in the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines have added more uncertainty to the European energy market. There was a bump in prices despite the fact that Nord Stream 1 was shut down indefinitely earlier this month. Now, given the amount of damage to the pipelines, analysts are saying they are less likely to be operational at any point this year. Some also think that Moscow benefits from the additional chaos in the energy market. And if this was indeed sabotage, as some European governments suspect, it highlights the risk to other critical energy infrastructure in Europe. In particular, the Baltic Pipe, a new pipeline that will deliver natural gas from Norway to Poland from October 1st. This incident shows just how fragile and volatile the situation is, and many are asking whether Russia will continue delivering gas to Europe via Ukraine.
He's trying to cut EU's dick off and cause panic before they can scale down imports by getting other LNG and gas imports going. Yeah, but the other LNG and gas imports that are coming in from America, which I don't know if America and other Western partners have the capability of supplying the additional demand. But like, why would they why? They're literally, here's why it doesn't make sense, okay? It's like, why would they help America by blowing up their own fucking pipeline? It's what America wanted. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, like I said, I'm not maintaining the position that this is like absolutely fucking America or anything, because I don't know. I'm honest enough to admit that I do not know if this is America or Russia. But I can look at who stands to gain from this. And the people that stand to gain from this are no one that, it's not Russia. People that stand to gain from this are America. It's certainly not Russia. People that get fucked over in this circumstance is European countries. The United States didn't make a statement. Really sus, to be honest. No, they did. Chelsea, they did. They said unequivocally and unconditionally denying their involvement here. Where is it? Hold on. Here, I'll show you. They just recently did, but it wasn't like a big statement. It was just this. It was like tiny fucking statement. U.S. absolutely not involved in sabotage of Nord Stream pipeline. Senior U.S. military official tells Jane Griffin. And I haven't really seen a lot of like coverage from American media on this either. We definitely didn't do it. Some people are saying we did this, but we definitely didn't do it, okay? No involvement whatsoever. No clandestine operations. None of that. How does U.S. and NATO gain from this? As I've described over and over again, why does America not want Russia to have Nord Stream 1 nor 2? For many, many years, they've been saying, we don't want you to open up the second pipeline. Why have they been saying it? Think about it. Because Russia's major leverage in this circumstance is their energy. Why was Germany sending fucking helmets to Ukraine and not guns for the longest part in the buildup of the Ukrainian invasion? Why are Ukrainians so fucking mad at Germans? Because Germany was like, why the fuck would we do this when, we're dealing with Russia? They're delivering energy to us. When you are Russia and you have a direct line of communication and a direct piece of leverage over the largest economic engine behind the European Union, why would you fuck that up? Did the UK make a statement? No, they didn't. That's actually a really good take, Chelsea. I didn't even think about that because there is one other dog in the fight. But when I say America, I mean like NATO allies, for the record, which includes Ukraine. It could be any number of different players here, but that's actually a really good take. I didn't even consider the UK. But I just mean America when I say literally all of it. Like NATO, UK, fucking Ukrainians, the Polish. There's like Polish chatters in here being like, yes, we did it. We fucking did it. You have problem? Kurwa. Yeah, it could be any number of different factors at play. I'm just saying like it's, the allied side. If the USA did it, what kind of backlash do you think a Dem president would receive for causing what seems like massive pollution in the sea? What? No, they don't. Nobody gives a fuck about that, man. It's just like no one. No, they would literally fucking flex it. Be like Dark Brandon. All the libs would be like, Dark Brandon did this to fucking cut off Russia. He's so sick. Gotta do something here. Back to the weather coverage while I do this real quick.
Like you would for a tornado, there are some really strong winds, as our Jim Cantore has been showing us, on the northern and western side of this, and certainly on the southeastern side, the stronger side of typically of hurricanes. That will be blowing hard as well. And the rain is really coming down on this northwestern side with some lightning in there in what is the kind of the deformed eye wall now, but that is still a convectively active zone, and we got this big flash flood warning in effect till 9 p.m. for much of DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. And we've already had this swath of really heavy rain. Radar estimates over a foot in the Venice area. Sarasota to Sebring has had a lot of rain as well. And on the eastern side of this, we're just beginning the rain-induced flood problem. So you've got this big flood warning in effect for Titusville and Orlando and Kissimmee, and then the real business end of the hurricane is about to come in and add to this. We could have a very significant flood event in central Florida as this large, slow-moving hurricane moves ashore. So a lot of preliminary rains, but then this shield of rain is going to last for a day or more in some parts of central Florida. So the highest risk for flash flooding due to excessive rain from the Weather Prediction Center from Daytona down to where we still have the storm surge flooding coming in. And that extends through tomorrow. So Orlando is still in it. 2 consecutive days of highest risk rain-induced flooding. And that gets up into Jacksonville. And that takes us to the water problem on the other extreme of Florida, in the northeastern part of Florida, where we have the storm surge warning that not just includes, the St. Augustine area and Jacksonville Beach and Ponte Vedra Beach, but into the St. Johns River Basin as well. And then that storm surge warning goes into Georgia and to South Carolina. I have to pee again, boys. So we've got a lot of water issues to deal with within the peninsula, especially central Florida, and then in the northeastern coastal areas. So it's going to be several more hours before we finally get the wind and the rain out of Sarasota and Arcadia and Fort Myers. But tomorrow things will be a lot better. But if you look at what's going to happen as we get into the northern part of the state, it'll still be a hurricane well into tomorrow as it goes through Orlando, exits as a tropical storm late tomorrow. And then let's look at the northern future radar, a model depiction of this. Look at this rain all night long in Central Florida. That will continue with the backside of it and into Daytona Beach. And then here we've got the storm surge and rain-induced flood combo for Northeast Florida. The rain continues in Central Florida all the way through midday tomorrow. So, Chris Byrne, you are on the weaker side of this hurricane, but you've still got strong winds gusting to hurricane force and really heavy rainfall from Sarasota northeastward. Get ready for the flooding due to the heavy rain.
Yeah, we've been in that 5 to 10 inch range, depending upon where in Sarasota, Bradenton you've been. That's how much rain we've seen so far over the last 24 hours. Okay, that's a lot of that fell in a short period of time. We've still got a lot of heavy rain to get through, and we're still getting those hurricane force gusts. I checked the latest observation. We had a gust over the last 45
They're
minutes.
gussing, dude. That gussy.
6 miles per hour at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport.
That motherfucking gussy, baby.
That's a high wind, Category 1 strength right here in Manatee and Sarasota counties. Now, we're a little bit inland, all right? Remember, all day we've had offshore winds, so there's more friction. It's going to slow down the wind just a little bit. It's going to kind of break its intensity and spread it out and diffuse it. The more exposed areas, I was driving down this morning, and our hotel was pretty uneventful, right? You drive out just a little bit down Cattleman, if you're familiar with Sarasota, Cattleman Road, over by all the shops and malls and restaurants that you have there between University Parkway and I-75, and there's that huge body of water, right? They do championships for rowing. That area was rocking early this morning because of the exposure. There was a lot of open space for that wind to then gain traction and then come in more, forcefully. So it's kind of dependent upon the local terrain of your neighborhood, of what's going on. We have also noticed a shift in the wind, all right? Here comes a strong gust right here. They last for a few seconds and then they kind of die back down. Sustained winds, though, easily in the 40, 50 mile per hour range and gusting 60, 70, 75 miles per hour, even now, as we're starting to lose daylight and head into the evening hours. So moving forward, we're going to continue with this type of situation. Gusts easily up to 70, perhaps even 80 miles per hour over the next couple of hours as Ian continues to race through Central Florida. Rain is also picking up. I'm noticing if we can actually take the radar, I'll show you what it looks like at our shot. And the heaviest rain now starting to wrap in on the west side of the eye, and that's coming back into Sarasota, Manatee counties. Okay, so we're going to continue dealing with the heavy rain threat, the risk for flooding. I can just feel the rain picking up more than it has in the last few hours. This is some of the heavier rain that we're starting to get in, and this will continue, and these will usher in strong gusts too, and we're going to get that onshore push because, Jim, we've had a negative surge.
Hurricane Ian showing Gussie NSFW stream.
Pulled out of Lemon Bay and obviously out of Tampa Bay. But as this continues to push off towards the northeast, we're going to start to get a surge here near the barrier islands like Siesta Key and some of the more vulnerable areas. But it's not going to be anything like what we saw down your way and certainly down in Fort Myers and Naples. We will not get the worst case scenario here in Sarasota or Tampa, but we will see some water rise as we get those onshore winds as they switch out of the south and southwest.
It's amazing how water pushes around the circulation, and a great example, obviously, as to what happened in Lee Collier counties, the Lee and Collier counties across South Florida, like Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, absolutely crushed.